can cure her mental illness.
I would actually give that a try. No, you have heard it here first. No, I'd give it a try.
You might as well run that experiment.
A good old college try.
At least run the experiment. That's all we want to do here.
Yeah, exactly. Right. It's like we want to gather data, right, and see what happens. How would I know if I didn't try?
We might need to quadruplicates for scientific rigor.
You're echoing.
Sorry, me.
Ali's echoing.
I think sociological.
Oh yeah,
but he might need to cut off his.
I'll mute you in StreamYard. Yeah. Don't worry, I got you, buddy.
Didn't even know you could be unmuted in StreamYards.
Yeah, because I usually mute you when you come in because you don't mute yourself. It's okay. Don't worry about it. But so my only problem with this is that look, I imagine part of the reason why it's canceled, is for anti-Semitism. Well, being a person like me who's like deadly critical of Israel, right? If I owned a 2-cup franchise or whatever it was called, right? If I owned that as well, and I went to a pro-Palestinian protest there in wherever, I could also lose my franchise as well. So I don't know what the right answer is. I don't pretend that it's easy. But then again, I guess part of it is to also understand that, political speech does come with a risk, right? Like, I don't know if we can eliminate all risk, and if we want to eliminate all risk with giving your opinion, like if it wasn't hard, then like everyone,
then that means no one has anything important to say.
The question,
you can't have anything if there's no risk to speech, then whatever you're saying is gobbledygook. It's nonsense because everybody agrees with it. Like in order to be able to think, you have to be able to say things that are risky and offensive and bad.
Spicy.
So is the question, should she be able to own her coffee shop? Or
say fuck BLM, which is hilarious. Fuck BLM.
Yeah, what?
like you do not know me if you think I won't say fuck Black Lives Matter.
Maybe
I mean, I'm
they
sure
think that they'll offend me.
Things.
No. Sorry, what would you say?
No, was the question, should that lady be able to retain ownership of her shops, or what was the question?
I more or less asked just pretty much how do you feel, as in you're this is permissible to you, as in whatever that you say these things and you put yourself at risk of having that outcome, or and also again this happened pretty quickly of the protests were Saturday and Sunday, and this story came out today, Monday morning, of there was no thorough investigation. They ID'd the woman, they reviewed the videos, and it's but the videos I would say are pretty incriminating. That salute is pretty unique, but maybe it was just a flip of the hand in a certain direction, and the final solution, and the final solution words
an algebra problem,
The docs crowd, crowd's a bit crazy.
I used to say that. So very, very quickly. I used to say that in I remember when it was in high school, right? I was like, oh yeah, the final solution is right. And my algebra teacher's like, you gotta stop saying that, right?
But somebody just asked her how high the grass grows in Germany, and she answered
really high.
Yeah.
They always peak at this level right here.
Dude, I don't know how old some of you are, right? I know Grid will totally understand this, right? I don't know if everybody else will, but I remember when I was in high school, you used to be able to say things like white power as a joke, and everyone kind of assumed it was a joke.
South Park.
Everyone knew you didn't really mean white power, and it's it's wild that there is, I mean, I don't know how much, to what degree there's more of them versus to what degree is just the media and social media latching on to a relatively small group so that they can kind of blow that group out of proportion so that they can then push. Because I mean, you see the ADL, right? The ADL is probably one of the most corrupt and disgusting organizations in existence, right? I mean, their goal is to limit freedom and limit liberty by finding ways to pretend to be offended so that they can attempt to ruin careers and ruin markets' ability to be able to speak with free speech, right? But like, this is the same group that used to defend Nazis' right to free speech, are the same people that are like, oh, you have a conservative that said 3 things that are conservative. Oh, well, we put them on our website as, a hate speech purveyor that's, alt-right adjacent. And like, we targeted, we contacted Twitch to talk about why they haven't gotten rid of this hateful speech on their platform. Like, they're cretins. Like, anybody that at the ADL, whatever word you think is racist, I'll say that fucking word to you. You want me to call you like subhuman in German? Like, I will. Go fuck yourself. But like, at this, so like, I don't know which is more. Like, but it is certainly true that there are more, right? Like, it is certainly true that like when I was a kid or when I was in high school, like, the concept of being a white supremacist was not only culturally anathema, but it was just, you were just laughed at. Nobody would even talk with you. You'd be like, oh, you're a white supremacist? Oh, you're a fucking retard. And then they'd walk
off.
That's
true.
And like, now it's like a part of the conversation. And it's just, it's crazy how the pendulum swift, like how the radicalization of the left has pushed so many people into that space on the right.
It's always the radicalization.
I didn't grow up in a white community, so I have no idea if it was a joke or not. I grew up in an Arab community, so like,
Yeah, so I grew up in an area in which it was usually a joke, but not always. But it was still something that people said. I mean, even though like I know I'm the youngest person here by a lot, but it was still kind of, you could say that stuff as a joke, but some people did not mean it as a joke.
Yeah, you live in the deep south. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know. Like, that's
such a fucking lie. I'm sorry. People say that shit all the time. Like, the deep south in like fucking 2011. It's like, oh, but there was an underpinning of deep racism.
Hold on.
Like, no, you heard.
Literally the deep south, right? The South in terms of the North and South in terms of divide, the Confederacy, right? Like the echoes of that still manifest today, right? Like that's where we draw our political lines there, right? We those states are going to vote a certain way, right? And it's not because like I don't know by just random chance that happens. Like there's a reason why they do that. Now I'm not saying that like everyone there like votes Republican because they're racist. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that there are political forces, political outcomes that have come out from like a continuation of history from that point. These things are all connected. But anyway, that's not the important part.
That's not the same thing as like people acting like there was like where I grew up, there was this subtle, racial, and sometimes they meant it. You did not meet a single fucking person in your life that meant legitimately white power and was pro white power. Come on.
Okay, so
how do you know who I've met?
In the county that I used to live in one of the counties I used to live in, the last time that there was a legitimate, honest to God lynching was around 2010. And literally, I have literally seen a cross burning in person from afar. People up there were fucking doing it.
What percentage of lynchings throughout the entire process following the Civil War up until it was made illegal in each state were black?
That doesn't really matter because you said that it doesn't happen at all anymore anywhere, and I guarantee that nobody in any of the places that they don't actually mean it. And then I refuted that, and now we're talking about percentage of races. Like that's not relevant.
No, right. So just answer the question though. Like, right, like you use lynching as an example of something that is inherently racist. Now it was a
racist. Yeah,
it was a racist one. It's associated with racism.
The event that I'm talking about was racist.
I'm asking you to tell me what percentage of lynchings were black people.
I can't tell you. I know the first ones were not, but
2%.
I can't. No, I don't feel comfortable. I do not feel comfortable.
2%.
It's roughly
Let's
30%.
play the prices right.
Roughly 30%, which is lower than violent crime.
The winner is.
Well, there you go.
Okay.
Lynching isn't an inherently racist thing.
Yeah, and the swastika isn't a Nazi symbol. It's originally a Buddhist symbol, but it's associated with these things.
Yeah,
use the word, the picture to try to,
Yes, absolutely. Left-wing people have been in charge of education for a long time in this country, and they have told you this sordid history.
We acknowledge it. We get you. We get you, Scott. Right? Yes. It turns out white people have necks too, right? And if you squeeze white necks as well, they die. No, that's absolutely the case, and it might have been used against white individuals. Holy crap! Like blowing my mind here.
There
were also white slaves. There were white slaves too.
Yelling over top of it.
Yeah, hold on. I can. Okay, whatever. That's nice. Yeah, sure, whatever. I don't care about this. I'm moving past it. The thing I wanted to examine is like what. So I literally never wanted to engage with it because I don't care. I literally don't care about any of that. Anyway, back to the point that I was trying to engage with previously. Is what you talked about like the pendulum has swung over to the left, right? And that has made people that's made people move over farther to the right. And you were doing this in terms of like how people react to when high school kids say the words white power. I was wanting to dig into that. Could you explain more about what you mean?
Well, when I say I'm relating them, I'm not saying that like there's a causation like effect here, right? Like I'm just saying like I remember a time, right, where racial division and tensions were much, much less. And the amount of people that would come out and legitimately say like, oh, I am a white supremacist, or like, we need to keep America for the whites, was like this completely whoa.
1 second. Yeah, there we go. We're good now.
Ethereal liberty. Let's go.
Go ahead.
Oh, there we go. Fucking, I started sounding like the God Emperor there for a second.
So it very much was there. I mean, even at that time, like generally, I don't feel like
I make it look. I hate when people do this. Okay. Anytime I say men do this, we're not saying 100% of men. When I say women do this, we're not saying 100% of men. When I'm speaking in colloquial language and making generalizations, obviously there are outliers, and obviously we are saying a majority of, or this was the situation.
I'm not saying that you're saying that there were zero. I know that you're not saying that there was zero, but I don't think that there's been this increase in visibility, maybe visibility in comparison to kind of the Overton window kind of baseline of where generally the average person is. Those people are a lot more far out compared to where they used to be. That might be the case because, I mean, when we're talking about a time period in which we had segregation and stuff, like somebody, going full white supremacy isn't as different. But then we go after that, right? And we're talking about, I mean, like even, in the 90s, militia groups were a huge thing, even more than today. We're talking about that. And there was a lot of like Confederate situations going on there where a lot more people were kind of reminiscent towards the Confederacy in a way that was, we need to return for racist reasons.
The idea that I'm trying to illuminate here is that the general culture amongst general people, right? There was a sense of, racism obviously has always existed in every culture, in every society to certain degrees. Obviously. What I'm saying is that I grew up in a time in the 90s and in the early 2000s where racism was essentially anathema to everyone. And what we live in today in the school systems and in culture and online is where the schools are inherently anti-white racist, and there is a growing portion of people that are racist against Black people or Jews or Hispanics. Not so much Hispanics. It seems like, weirdly enough, that one has just kind of died off. They've somehow, from a CRT perspective, you might see they're inheriting whiteness, right? As they've kind of they've latched on, much the way the Italians and the Irish, etc., But what I mean by that is something that anybody that lived through those times will tell you. Like anyone that is a honest actor will say, yeah, when it was the 90s and the 2000s, yeah, I had a racist uncle, but you couldn't say openly racist shit in school without everyone being like, yo, you're a piece of shit. And like that is completely different today.
It felt like
hold on, sorry. I want to engage with this. I would say that one, this idea of when I was a kid, things were different. I don't know if our views of like when we were children, like about like the state of race relations in the country writ large, right, through the lens of our own high school experiences, might be like the best judge of that. I don't know, right? That may not be the case.
I don't discredit the concept that like individual anecdotal experience is something that shouldn't be weighed as a large piece of evidence. But of course, if you accept that proposition that evidence shouldn't be weighed in view or in lieu of data and statistics, then you also need to adopt a similar position when black people talk about the black experience and say, look, your black experience doesn't match the data, so you're just fucking wrong, and I don't want to hear about your black experience.
Sure. Okay.
Like this concept of like I'm white, so I can't agree with you, but when the data disagrees with you, so like I'm okay with that so long as we remain consistent on that.
Sure, that's fine. My point is that like to say that like back then the term saying the term white power had like a certain like result, right? That is dependent on the region. That's dependent on the group.
Can you guys hear it pretty good? Sorry.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Sure. Yeah, we can hear. That's dependent on a whole list of things, right? And
yeah, it's a generalization about
it's like a generalization.
Typical high school experience.
I hear you.
Not in a fucking podunk place in Alabama, or in like a New York City public school.
Yeah, sure. Well, yeah, interesting places you picked there, but I'll leave that alone for now. So yes, these are generalizations. We're making generalizations here. I can play on that territory. That's fine. But like to say that like things are like radically different from then, I'm not actually sure that's the case. I'm not sure if anything's changed, right? One thing, we don't know like the ratio of like, how many times like people have said white power to, like a negative result, right? Like irrespective of like what the speaker actually meant by that. Like we have no idea. I think that what we're seeing is we're having a bit of observational bias here, and that we do have more incident. We have more evidence of these things happening, right? Like
right.
I keep
that's
seeing.
What I was saying. I said it was two things, right?
Well, let me finish my point, please. Right. So I keep seeing articles about let me not be hyperbolic, right? Every so often, I see articles about high school kids doing something wildly racist, right? A group of white kids, right? Like doing a thing, right? Like whether, well, I don't have to list them all, but like it's pretty fucked up. But this is shared because we have camera phones now and we have social media, and so we have these things all over the place. Right now, what is the response to that? What is like that to that versus, of course, like instances where kids are just being kids, right? And they're trying to be edgy. They're making an edgy joke, and they say the phrase "white power." Like, what is the response? Has that changed in light of these like very real incidences that are being publicized? I'm not actually sure, like at all. And I don't know how the left may be acknowledging these things. I don't know, or doing anything has pushed. Was it high schoolers to react differently? Maybe high schoolers who are like very out of tune with politics in general, or like I don't see that relation. So that's what I'm trying to get you to elucidate.
Not anymore, unfortunately. But yeah, like what I was saying before, right? I said I don't know to what degree it is the incidences. Like I want to stay away from like hate incidences, right? What I was speaking to was like the culture, in the sense that when I was a kid, if you said white power, or like, we want to keep America for the whites, everyone would have just assumed you were joking. You didn't have to go, "Hey, I'm joking, by the way." And what I'm saying has changed is that if you were to say that today as a high school kid, if you were just to be like, "Hey man, white power," right? People would be like, what? Like, are you joking? Are you not like, what the fuck is going on here?" And that's what I mean is like, I absolutely could conceive of the concept, right? That we have all grown more sensitive to the concept of racism, because of social media, cell phone cameras, and also the fact that if it bleeds, it leads media that will take like one fucking isolated incident. I mean, there's 350 million people in America, right? And it's like every, 3 months, an unarmed black man is killed in like a really bad way by police. And then they're like, "See, this is why cops are all virulent racists." And it's like, dude, there's literally like 60 million police interactions per year. And like, you manage to find the 1 or 2 stories a year that are fucking awful. And it's like, that's obviously not the fucking status quo for police, right? There are issues that we can talk about, right? And so like, again, like, I don't know if it is like, maybe it is just a sensitivity to it, but it feels, and again, obviously, put whatever weight you want behind that, but it feels like there is an obvious growth in in terms of individuals on, I guess you could say, the right, such as that is, right, that are growing and growing towards a concept of like, we have to take our country back, we have to reestablish rule, we have to enact racial or gender based discrimination in some regard. And obviously on the left, that is like part of the DNC platform, right? Is racial segregation and discrimination. That's not even in question. Anyone that attempts to question that is just silly. But, and so it's like, yeah, I mean, is it the left causing it to be on the right, or is it the same kind of thing that's occurring? Like, that's up for debate, and I'm interested in that conversation.
So, go ahead. Sorry,
you go. Okay, I'll wrap it up quick because I do want to. I'll let you all, jump in on this.
I want you to look at the graph too.
We'll get to that.
Social media is responsible for all the drop in race relations.
Has something interesting to say here.
That's all it is.
Like, I don't see this as a response to the let me go. Everything is multifaceted, right? And to try to reduce anything to like one input in society, right? Like greater cultural changes. Yeah. And I'm so like, I want to give you grace on the other side, and on this side, right? I'd like that as well. So yeah, it'd be weird to just reduce that, but I don't think that in the left, like, maybe taking this more. The problem is I'm not sure there's been even much of a change on the left when it comes to race relations. Like if you're talking about with trans individuals, well, I think there might be a market shift, right? A market focus on that, right? Along with the greater LGBT movement. Fair enough, right? But on race relations, like, I don't know if there has been, like, the left. Like a lot of the conversations that we had during the BLM protests, right, that we're having today, were had in the mid 2000s, right, the aughts, right, and they were in the 90s and the 80s. Like, these conversations were happening, whether they were actually making a cultural impact or not even a cultural impact, whether they were effective in changing policy, I guess, is where I really want to go there. That's a different story, right? But
like Judge Clarence Thomas during his confirmation hearings, like, one of the things that was a big part of that was his stance on affirmative action, right? So it's like, what you're saying is like the race-based political policies that have been pushed by the left in terms of trying to correct for, to be his steel man the position, trying to correct for the inadequacies that they believe are remaining from, a history of slavery, or et cetera, et cetera. You're saying that is something that is a consistent, that isn't a change over time. From a policy-based position, I don't know that saying that the left has always been openly discriminatory and racist is the hill I would want to die on. I don't necessarily disagree with you on that. I would say that the rhetoric has certainly changed in terms of in academia, in terms of media and television, right? Like I don't you would not find in the 1990s, right? You would not find major news publications bringing on someone to discuss policies and them just openly being racist towards white people, right? Like, but that is something that is just become common practice in today's culture.
So I'm not going to try to adjudicate the oh no, well I just want to say I'm not going to adjudicate the whole anti-white thing, right? So I got to push past that, right? It's just that I think there has been a big change. I'm not sure there has been a massive shift within academia as well, right? Like I think that more and more of academic research or academic the public is exposed more to what academia is thinking,
right,
rather than before, right? Through all the same channels. They were getting all these things.
That has been measured. Like we have data that shows that like sociologists used to be like 60% self-identifying as critical theorists, and now it's like sociologists are upwards of 90% critical theorists, right? Like there absolutely has been a change, especially in the humanities, whether it's so English, history, sociology, gender studies, women's studies, etc., where they have gone from predominantly believing in Marxist ideology to being overwhelmingly Marxist in their philosophy.
Okay, so that's not exactly what I had meant, but I will take on what you said, right? And I haven't fact checked this, but I'm just going to assume you're correct there, right? That's actually not what I meant. What I meant was like that whether those ideas were new, right? That like what's being talked about today, right, in the general public, like are these like brand new ideas
Yeah, I mean, like these are repackaged ideas that have been around for 200 years. The difference isn't obviously are the ideas new. The difference is how much power do they have within and cultural influence? How much do they dominate our day-to-day conversations?
Exactly.
Institutions?
And I can say that has increased, maybe, right? But again, that's my point, is that we're now exposed more to these things rather than like these ideas are brand new in academia, and as they come up in academia, they are just like filtered out into the public. I think our relation to academia has shifted quite a bit, and that has increased our how many times we these words get out into the wild, and then oftentimes when these terms.
I know I'm dominating the panel, but let me just finish with this, right?
The real change.
Okay. Let's look at sociology, right? If you got a degree in a standard, public university 20 or 30 years ago in sociology, right? Yes, a big portion of your professors would be critical theorists, and they would focus from a critical theory lens, right? But you would also get it. You would also meet professors and have engaging conversations and debates with your professors that were structural functionalists or dramaturgists or the other domains or lenses that exist. As even C. Wright Mills, who was a critical theorist first and foremost and a Marxist without a doubt. Right. He wrote in his article on the sociological imagination that it was important that nobody just look at things from a critical theory lens, because critical theory obviously misses information and doesn't give us a telling of anything in and of itself, that you needed to look through these other sociological lenses in order to have a more full picture of society and culture. You're not getting that if you get a public education in sociology these days. What you are getting is overwhelmingly all of your professors are critical theorists, And that is the lens of which they teach from. And then they give you a quick little snippet about structural functionalism and like how Robert Merton gave us like, window broken glass theory. And then they just move on to teaching all of their classes from that
I just
lens.
feel that like you are overestimating the power of academia in that way, but I'm going to leave it there and let other people jump in.
No, I'm just discussing one instance.
Okay, so let's go to Katya's been waiting. Ali, I think you wanted to jump in. Lactoid, anyone else? Okay.
I think it really depends on, as well as like kind of which part of sociology and more sociological subjects that you're in, because obviously ones that are more identity focused or whatever are gonna have people that lean way more on critical theory. But I mean, it's not necessarily like a strict sociological thing, but when I know I'm doing a bit of an anecdote. When I got a degree in criminology, there was like talk of like obviously stuff like broken windows, obviously stuff like structural functionalism, obviously stuff like that beyond just critical theory, and there was a kind of more diversity among professors as far as those types of sociological theories that I've seen in other places.
What's the most right wing field of sociology?
Hey, that's a question.
Well, you should know, right? Like you have a degree in criminology. What is the most right wing field of sociology?
I mean, I'd say that's probably one of the more right wing ones, but the most.
That is it, right? Like you're saying, I had some structural functionalists.
Well,
in the most right wing field of sociology. Like sociology proper is 90% critical theorists.
I guess.
That is obviously a shift.
Potentially.
A shift of obviously I wouldn't use gender studies, women's studies as the example because that's going to be like whole intersectional feminists that are critical theorists, right? Like, but to use criminology or criminal justice, which is a subcategory of both law and sociology, as your example here, to say that you had some structural functionalists is actually just kind of highlighting the problem.
It's not like we had majority like critical theorists going on here either. Like I honestly didn't, but you're right. Now that you put it that way. Where did I go to school? I went to school in Florida.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So let's go Ali, and then
like it was like a right wing university or anything. But yeah, I guess you know what? If you're talking in the mass scale of things,
Ali.
I'm just gonna derail Corey to answer your question. No, it's not fine that the lady did that, but I think if business owners want to do stupid shit and get caught, I mean, fucking so be it. But lactoid.
I appreciate the answer. Truly.
Yeah, so I posted some stuff in the group chat, just looking at specifically race relations. There's also a lot of different graphs on different measures, a lot of it having to do with mental health. But everything started changing around 2014, around that area, right? There was a major societal shift. And it just so happens that around 2014 was when social media really started to take off in terms of the percentage of the American public that uses it. I think, academics is absolutely, to be frank, I think academia has always been, not always, but for a long time now, at least since the 70s, been captured by left wing. Yeah, probably even before then, the 60s. But I mean, the 70s, you start getting some real wacko stuff, like, John Money and stuff. But in terms of a lot of the societies, the common people, right, the common change, I think you see a lot of that in 2014. And then in 2014, race relations relatively were stable before this. Now, obviously, you get back to the civil rights era. There's some changes as well, but they're relatively stable between that era and 2014 when you start seeing a major drop again. And I think that, again, this is, I think, a problem, kind of like Prime said, with exposure, right? This is a problem where everybody can go on social media and just start saying shit. And you have a lot of people out there that are highlighting specific instances. And this is why Americans have a dramatically overinflated idea of killings of Black Americans by the police. They have incredibly overinflated ideas about injustice around the world generally. And so when you begin to like develop these sort of overestimations of all the bad shit because it's just exposed to you on social media all day, of course you're going to become radical. It's pretty predictable, actually. And of course you're going to start like hating other races. Race relations are going to drop. Of course you're going to start harboring terrible feelings. And I think this is really what you see a lot, especially from the left, I think. But it's unfortunate, but I don't know how to combat it because social media is not going anywhere. So,
well, like to it. Would you also say that on the right, right? That everything that you've said would count for the right as well. We hear about. Okay, well, sure. But for Lactoid, right? We have people who live in places like New York, and like New York City, and then San Francisco, and then maybe Springfield, Ohio, and all those places, right? And then they have relatives in other places, right? And they hear from their conservative relatives, and they get texts like, "Are you okay? Right? Are you safe right now?" Because they get these messages from right wing, in terms of traditional media and then alternative media, that tell them that these places are hellholes, right? That they are crime infested, that you're gonna get mugged by a homeless person, right? Walking down the street, you know what? Your relative who lives in New York City probably has already been raped. Just assume so. There is we have instances where these individuals are afraid to come. Right, these conservative individuals in other parts of the country who've never been to these crime havens, crime vortexes. Right, they've never come, but they're afraid to do so. Right, and then we have incidents, and these are all anecdotes, of course, but where they actually do show up and they're like, oh, it was normal. But all my media that I've been ingesting have been saying otherwise. Right, that these places are extremely dangerous. So, Lactoid, would you say that this also exists perfectly well on the right?
The last 10 years.
It probably exists to some extent, but I don't know because, for example, the police killings of black people, right? Conservatives tend to be wrong on this, but they're actually wrong in the way you don't think. They overestimate it pretty dramatically. Now, do they overestimate it as dramatically as left wingers? No. Left wingers, I think it was the far left believes it's tens of thousands. The left believes it's thousands. More center people, they believe it's 100. Conservatives, they believe it's hundreds, and the actual number is a max of 34. As per 2019. So everybody's overestimating it, but conservatives are the closest to reality when it comes to their overestimations. I think it probably could be true that one thing, and I don't have stats in this, so I hate talking about it, but if I had to be super charitable and just give estimates, I think conservatives probably overestimate crime from illegal immigrants. That would be my estimation, right? And that's just given.
Problem is we don't have good data on that.
Well, there's a problem that we don't have good data on that, and recently I've seen some data where in certain areas it seems like crime actually is higher among illegal immigrants than the native population. Into an Arizona,
so I would say
I thought that was crazy. I didn't believe it until I just recently saw it.
But on the point that you're making previously, right? I would probably also say that liberals also overestimate the crimes in those areas I was talking about, right? That people who would if you hit them with a poll, right? Or a survey, right? If they were
hit them with a poll.
Survey, hit them with a poll. That they would say, "Oh, I am on the left, right? Or I vote for the Democrats, or whatever the fuck, right?" And you ask them, where's the crime level? I would imagine they would also have an overinflated sense, right? But lower than what conservatives have, right? That these things aren't separated evenly.
Yeah, depends on how you word it. If the wording identifies a certain political thing, then they're going to tend towards
that. Also changes. Sure, I hear you.
But I mean, for example, and of course, this happens as well. Kind of, I think it points to the fact of it being such a social media and media problem, right? I believe it was on your show. It might have been on He Who Shall Not Be Named, the Ukrainian streamers debate panels, but I think it was here, where Jay Chow was on here during Trump's president, or no, was it during Trump's presidency? I believe it. Maybe it was.
I only started in 2020.
Okay, so okay, but he was blaming Black on Asian hate crimes in New York, saying that this was Trump and COVID fear. And how he knew that he had to go out and get Mace because they were giving out mace for people so he could protect himself from like white rednecks that would come out and like potentially attack him violently. And it's like, and then I just mentioned, I was like, dude, the rise of hate crimes in New York City have not been Trump COVID fear hate of Asians with white people. It has been overwhelmingly black people that have been attacking Asians in New York City during that like increase in hate crime. And he refused to believe it because he had read online and seen the media and absolutely knew. And this is someone with a college degree who's in grad school. Maybe at the time he might have been finishing up his bachelor's, to be fair. But like, this is someone that was almost, at the very least, almost finished his bachelor's in political science, right? Like, this is someone who is educated, is a politics streamer, at least sometimes doing gaming and coding. But is mostly what he talks about is political science and his education in political science. And he is living in fear of random white people committing hate crimes against Asians because of COVID, because of information, like complete misinformation and hysteria that he got online. So I think yes, I absolutely agree that right wingers, especially like your Graham, like people that don't know how to use social media the same way, like the older generation that taught us, ironically, not to believe everything online, and then all of a sudden they're like, I got a Facebook.
Believed everything.
And like,
yeah.
Right. And it's like fucking what, right? Like, especially against that generation, certainly overinflate things, but it is absolutely true that it's happening across the board, that like our ability to be informed has led via social media has led to a selection bias so fucking strong that most of us have become uninformed.
Fair enough.
Right, I'll agree with you on that.
I also I want to say something, and I don't know. This could just be a feeling that I have that's not based in reality, but I do strongly feel it, especially when I watch commercials or television shows from the early 2000s, before 2014. Like, I don't know, like Scrubs or something, right? I feel like race relations were better. I feel like gender relations were better back then. Like, people, like women weren't so terrified to not play into gender stereotypes, and like race jokes were more like common and accepted, at least on Scrubs, and at least on every TV show that I've been able to find and watch since before that time. And especially when it comes to gender as well, I've noticed that, where nowadays it seems like women in particular are almost like hyper vigilant to not come across as feminine sometimes. When prior to 2014, that was not the case, right? They were absolutely willing to play into femininity and make that part of their personality on the TV and on the internet.
Lector, that seems like a weird metric, though, because like let's go back to like
metric. I said it's my feeling, right?
No. I hear your friend, and I believe in, and I'm not trying to be harsh on you or anything like this. It makes me
nostalgic.
I'm just like. But like, if we went to, I don't know when this, was airing, but like, in the whenever television was first appearing, right? And we talked about like, the type of shows that were on there and how they portrayed black people, and they had like, some black people, like was it Amos and something, I'm forgetting the name.
Amos and Andy.
Amos and Andy, yeah, right. Thank you, yeah. Like how like race was portrayed there. There was a lot of race jokes there, right? There were more race jokes there, right? And the black people that they hired to be a part of that, right? They seemed to be okay with it. And they
thought race relations were better, according to the stats.
Race relations.
Everyone was happier with it. Prime.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Statistically,
just all the TV shows, and we'd be good.
Yeah. I'm so like I'm saying that like. Yeah, they could be more race jokes, right? Like, what was it? Breakfast at Tiffany, where there's that famous actor
who did not watched the same shows.
The Breakfast at Tiffany is not
movie.
It's a movie.
I've never heard of that, so I thought it was.
It's a very famous movie. It's okay.
It's a very famous movie.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry. It doesn't matter.
I'm culturally inept. Sorry.
And I'm not trying to make fun of you here. The point is that like it is a famous movie. The point is that like, and then there is a character there, and I forget the actor's name, but he's a white guy, and he's like doing like a very awful like Asian stereotype. He's like doing yellow face and like the accent and all that. I won't repeat it myself. But you could say, well, yeah, race relations were great between like whites and Asians, but the Asians just didn't have a voice to respond to it, right? You could say the same thing about like a gay individuals, right? Like, we used to make all these gay jokes. Right?
I know your point, but look at the graph. Sure. Like black people thought race relations were a lot better in the early thousands, right?
Yeah,
by massive margins. So black people like it was like 77%, and now it's like 33%.
I hear you. My mother, my father, right? They have had interesting experiences, especially being immigrants, right? To this country, and they've had some really bad experiences. They had some really good experiences, but overall, I think if you had asked them that, race relations were overall pretty good, right? But they would warn me against certain situations. I guess there's no point going too deep in there. The point is that like their attitudes have shifted as they have seen like more throughout the country, right? Like, hey, I am now aware of these other things that don't happen in my personal life. Now, my parents did experience racism personally. That actually did happen here in America, especially, and they were taken advantage of because of their, citizen status and all that. That did happen.
Well, I mean, we have.
At
everyone on this panel has experienced racism.
Sure, yeah, and I mean, but I'm saying that like it's okay that like people have a different their attitudes on race relations has shifted. Because it's a bit more inclusive. Now it's skewed. Doesn't mean it's like we have a perfect view of it, right? But we have a wider lens, and I think that's actually useful. I think that everyone's experiences is actually quite limited, and most people won't suffer with like massive like racist experiences that'll like color their entire lives. That's true, but that doesn't mean that these things aren't happening.
Can I say one thing about this, about why the graphs look the way they do? So a lot of the reason why it seems to me why it's like, okay, the race relations, like, people thought it was so great back then is because I feel like back then people were looking at their immediate area now versus their immediate area like via stories and via what they've heard from, older generations or what they've experienced in the past that was worse, especially, when you go back further, there's like a bigger difference, right, between, the actual lived experience of people as, obviously things improved over time. But then, when we've got the internet, we've got social media, we've got mass news, TV news as well, stuff's going to go down because people are going to be looking at not just here's what happened to me now or is happening to me now versus what my parents said happened to them when, they were my age. Now we're looking at here's what's going on now, here, there, in a city, in the country, in another nation, over there, over here, and here's the worst of it, right? Because that's newsworthy. So, I mean, that's the way I kind of see it, is it's not exactly like you can view it on the same landscape.
Before October 7th, people would have
not really sure what all that meant.
People would have said that like it's peaceful in Israel right now. A lot of people would have said that, but it wasn't peaceful in Israel at the time. Right now, they're being exposed. Absolutely, people said that. Absolutely, people said that. 100% people said that.
I mean, there may be people
they think the violence started on October 7th. Oh, now there's war. Now there's an attack, but there was peace before October 7th because I wasn't hearing about violence, right? Every so often I hear Palestinians threw rocks at the Israelis, right? But overall, it must be peaceful. Yeah, people have unless it's it's made aware to them, it's brought up right from the ether and put in front of their eyes. People are going to have their ideas are skewed and their perceptions also skewed in the other direction, right? Because of ignorance.
Well, but you're
just saying more peaceful. More people would have said it was peaceful back when it was less violent. Like, duh, right? Like.
I want to respond to something.
There's more race relation issues.
There's more race relation issues, and I think a lot of it. I really do think a lot of it's because media focuses on things that are tragic. Media focuses on things that are exciting people to click on it, and oftentimes that gives people a warped image of what actually is. Prime, you're probably right to some extent that a hyperfixation on crime gives people the illusion that there's way more crime, despite the fact that crime has been going down since the 90s. Perhaps in the 90s, people weren't appreciative enough of how dangerous things were. But I also think this is, and probably in line with this, we talked about race, but I think gender is another thing we can talk about here. There has been a major shift on this too, especially since 2014. Again, going back and watching any of these old TV shows. I mean, can you give me an example? And I would love to be proven wrong because I'm sure maybe one exists. Can you give me an example of a modern film or show in which there is a feminine character, a traditionally feminine character, and not a boss bitch? Not one of these characters for every single woman character.
But any rom-com modern?
Wait a minute.
Probably.
You say yeah. Any rom-com?
Even then, the character's still a little bit come on, guys.
Dominant, a little bit dominant, a little bit assertive.
Nothing but boss babes. Okay, let's just be honest.
I think
all right. Well, two things.
What kind of media, right?
Hold on. Even the new Snow White is talking about how Snow White's terrible and how back in the dated era where
I saw a post.
The new Snow White that hasn't come out yet.
The interviews. There's interviews of the actress.
Yeah. To Lactoid's point, I did see a post today, so anecdotes and whatever, but it was talking about how Sydney Sweeney and Sabrina Carpenter brought back being okay to be a white woman and just a feminine white woman because that's their whole shtick, and they don't seem to ride any ethnic trains or whatever it may be. I think to Lactoid's point is we've seen through movies, the girl always the female character seems to always have to have her own kind of strong story for every single movie versus it used to be a little bit equaled out, whereas there were some strong feminine roles, some weak male roles, it would equal out, but now it's every single one.
Remember Avengers, when ovary power happened, when all 5 of the women got together. Whoa, it's ridiculous.
Sorry, hold on. Two things. One, to Scott, the reason I was saying previously is that it wasn't peaceful before in Palestine, right?
Be careful,
Israel.
Prime.
I don't. Oh yeah, I do. I guess I do need to be careful. Yeah, and this way, not gonna stop me ever. But yeah, I would say that the point I was making was that it wasn't peaceful. There were land confiscations. The settlements were expanding. These were violence, and individuals were being arrested for indeterminate amounts of time without being charged with crimes. All those things were happening. But people would have said, "Hey, this era is peaceful," and then all of a sudden there was some sort of unprovoked attack, even though because they simply aren't aware of the issues that were happening. That's the point I was making. But back to
I agreed with you. All I'm saying is that a bunch of Americans are stupid, duh, right? And a bunch of Americans are uninformed on a whole host of issues, duh. Yeah. But what I'm saying is that your comparison kind of actually speaks towards our point, because you're saying when a conflict arises, when there is media attention, right? You're saying, well, it's the media attention, but it's yes, media attention might bring awareness to an issue that didn't have as much awareness, which is to your point, but also the conflict that broke out and war coming out and the tragedies on both ends that occurred is also a clear and direct escalation. And that's why more people would have said view. And what we're saying is, yes, I agree that the left's obsession over race and gender issues has brought light to issues that many people might not have even been aware of, and thus, given them a greater awareness of issues of race and gender in this country. But it is also similarly coincided with a whole host of new fucking issues that have been drummed up because of their obsession with race and gender, that had new forms of discrimination that were not common, right? Especially within universities and schools, right? We have seen a shift in the culture and the way that they treat, whites in the media. You know what I mean? We've seen politicians being in 20 such and such, whites will no longer be a dominant, be the majority race.
2050,
celebrate that, right?
Sure.
And that was Joe Biden, right? Like, like you're seeing obvious change in rhetoric and culture, and that's what race relations is, right? That is what the whole initial conversation of this was about. Is not about the level of hate incidents, but about the culture and can people speak freely? Can people be comfortable? Can people easily bridge the gap?
I think we're having a lot of
interpersonal relationships.
So I think what we're doing is we're coming to a consensus is what's happening here. But like moving back to what Lackwood was saying,
original point. So I'm glad the consensus is just my original point.
I just want to return to Andy Griffith's America. Okay, that's what I want to do.
I know you do. You're going to paint this place black and white. But hold on, Lactoid, I want to understand your original point because maybe I missed part of it, right? So you're saying now that we have more aggressive females in media, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I really do feel it. Like I watch, like you try watching like old, especially fucking Scrubs. Okay, just watch Scrubs. And you're like, wow, there's none of this.
Scrubs. I love Scrubs.
It's a great TV show, and there's none of this fucking woke shit. All right, that's what I'm talking about. There's none of this woke shit, this woke bullshit that's like constantly in everything new. And it's like I don't have to have those cringe moments.
It was woke light.
No, not anywhere close. Right? We have an example like again, the women in Scrubs didn't mind like playing into the feminine stereotypes that exist. Like, of course, women are going to be like talking to each other in the fucking hospital about all like woman shit. And look at Lord of the Rings.
No.
There is only in Lord of the Rings, the best trilogy in all of the world, and in my opinion, the best movies ever made. There is only like 15 seconds of dialogue between women. Like the rest of it is just like men, right? And it is. I'm just saying, like. We go from this. We go from this.
That's what we need to
We go from the greatest movie series ever made, and we go from that, by the way, to now like the Avengers, where they have to make a special moment, right? In Endgame, they made a spoiler, and then they make a special moment.
How long did that last?
Too long, because I was cringing the whole fucking time it was happening. I was cringing the whole time it was happening because all the women get together and they're all walking forward, and it's like. The estrogen. It's like it's so embarrassing because you can tell what the hyperfixation is. The hyperfixation is
testosterone.
Yeah, like they're strong women. There's like just like South Park, right? Strong women. There's strong women.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Every new TV show, and it's just it's getting embarrassing.
You're only complaining. First of all, you're just complaining about the parts that you don't like.
Some things are forced in like shitty corporate media. Wow, we don't like shitty corporate media.
It's some woke person on the fucking director's team that's like, hey, you should put this in to get people really snapping, right? It's like bullshit. It was ridiculous. It was ridiculous when they had it. It's ridiculous when they're going to have it in the future.
The reason why they did
stop talking shit about Snow White too. The actress.
The reason why they did that in Endgame was to simply do a test. That was an audience test. Hey, do you want this? Do you want us to spin these actors off into their own franchises? Like, look what we could do. We could do this female thing, right? Wouldn't that be fun? Right? Yeah, that's what they were doing there. Whatever. Yes, they were testing to see, hey, would the audience be into another property that we can sell them?
They were pushing. This is a cultural. This is a manufactured cultural. This is a manufactured cultural. It is.
All movies and TV shows are manufactured.
And Lactwood barely made it out there alive, right? Like, I mean, like he was.
For how hard I was cringing, I'm surprised I did make it out alive.
I know you were cringing so hard you were going to fold
it. What a snowflake!
It was horrible. I felt like I was going to puke.
I feel like it really depends on the shows and stuff because I feel like there's media from 40 years ago that y'all would be like, oh my god, the woke.
Lactwood, we want to see blood.
I want to hear what Grin just said because I think he's on the right track. It's an agenda, right? It is a agenda.
It's okay to admit that there's an agenda to what's going on. It's okay to say, look, they want to promote women looking better than men in all of these situations. And you know what? It's okay to just admit that. Just admit it.
Women looking better than men? No,
I would say women looking better than men in all situations. No.
Did you ever watch? My kid and I had this conversation today. Did you ever watch a cartoon called Inspector Gadget?
Yes.
Where the little girl saved the grown-ass man's life all the time.
Yeah,
he was a complete bumbling fool.
It's okay that there's an agenda there. I don't agree.
That was like from the 80s, though. The original
80s.
It was ahead of its time, Prime.
That's nothing is new here. Like,
no, it is new.
No,
there's like around 2000
version of Norbs. That's why it's funny. That's why it was
the
in
example
there.
you gave is from a cartoon from the 80s. Like, I don't.
but that would be deemed sexist today because it was we were making fun of it, and then 2014 happened, and now we can't have same-race couples in commercials.
It started light and fun. It started light and fun in the 80s, and that's kind of to Grid's point. There's an agenda. It started from before.
I can agree with you.
Yeah,
right. And this is what I've been trying to get to: is that there was a period of a resurgence of white feminism, right? That happened within
not just white feminism.
Yeah, well, I know because you don't understand what the term is, right? So you were reacting to the word white, and you don't know what I mean by that, but it's okay. Don't worry about it. But just hold on, right? White feminism, in that, to make it very clear to you, it just means like non-intersectional feminism, right? Just leave it at that. Not about white people. I swear to God, no
wallpaper and like feminine misogyny.
You can be a black, white, you can be a black, white, intersectional feminist, right? Like that's. So don't get too focused on that. The point is that we had a resurgence of that, right? We had like the whole lean in thing by that book with the CEO of Yahoo or whatever. Yeah, lean in. Yeah, there was a resurgence of this, and this like a boss bitch mentality, 100%, right? And there is a backlash that on the left that's happening at this moment. But yeah, you don't, because you don't know about that. They make that face, you don't know about it.
You're saying there's a backlash on the left. I must not see it because again, currently, right now, you have the actress who's going to be playing Snow White talking about how terrible that story is. Before, like she's playing the fucking role and she hates it. And why is it that every fucking remake,
ugly queen, that's because they made the ugly queen.
Every remake has to have like a woman.
I say there's a backlash on the left, and then his response is like, "Well, there's an actress, right? An actress who has a PR team, right? And is like filtered through.
Where's the backlash?
This corporate package, right?
This person,
right? Well, that must be the left, and I don't see this backlash on the left because this corporate package actress, right? She's not representing that.
No. What I'm saying is, I don't see, and maybe you're in a very specific like circle, but I'm not seeing like the left like push back on this to any considerable degree. Seriously, we have that. We have again, every woman character has to be like a boss now. In fact, it's become a tired meme. I disagree. I think it is. True. We have black elves in Rings of Power, which is anti-canonical, by the way, but they push it anyway. And
black surgeons and scrubs too. You know
that is canonical because black people can be surgeons. But Tolkien wrote specifically that the elf skin was fair. So it was not.
I don't. But here's the thing. No, that's the thing that you care about, right? And so, like, I find it interesting that you're calling the present media woke, right? But then you're saying, well, Scrubs is not woke. But other people, right, of your ideological ilk, right, farther right than you are, to be fair, right, but would also look at that and say, like, well, why isn't there a white actor being the surgeon, right? Like, it seems a little woke to have chosen a black actor. Now, you aren't like that, like, I'm not trying to put this on you.
To be fair, all the surgeons I feel like were
whose skin was white.
All the surgeons were also ethnic, I think. And
like, you cannot.
And then the head doctors and the normal doctors were all white in that show.
Isn't white without it being
to
try to erase the whiteness of the character.
Anyways, all I'm going to say about this is if they, like, word for word, exact same strips, exact same, like, characters and stuff like that, remade every episode of Star Trek the original series, people would go, "Oh my god, the woke," even though it was made like fucking 60 years ago.
They would make it woke if they tried to remake it today.
No. I said if they made it identical to the original series, they would say, "Oh my god, the woke."
Exactly, Corey. I love exactly, because you like to. It literally was. Yes. It was the wokest thing at the time. They were pushing.
It was natural. It wasn't forced. It was natural. There wasn't an agenda.
I would love it.
Not like there is today.
Let's just take a
here. Look at the movie Alien. Look at the movie Alien. She was naturally a strong character. It wasn't forced down our throats.
Lactoid, we got to focus on this because this is so telling, right? I would love it. If we could just take a trip. Hold on. If we could take a trip a few decades in the past, right? Like you and I, right? And we go talk to the individuals while like Star Trek was airing, right? Star Trek, which had that black communications officer, right?
I know the first generational kiss,
Trek,
yes.
No. But
I'm talking about the themes as well.
Sorry, hold on. I'm definitely going to get through this. So, Star Trek, who like specifically pushed by Gene Roddenberry, right? A leftist, right? Probably a Marxist, right? Who actually absolutely a Marxist. Actually, the world he designed is 100% Marxist, right? Like that, the world that he was pushing and the lessons on not just like direct race relationships, but like he hid lessons within the show, right? To get it past the censors. I would love if we went back and talked to the individuals at the time, because remember, Star Trek when it was originally airing was a flop, right? It didn't actually last very long. It had middling ratings, right? But we talked to those individuals in white America, in the white suburbs, what they thought of it, right? Would they have called it not woke, obviously, right? But whatever the equivalent was, but at the time, absolutely they would have. Absolutely.
Let me just.
No, I'm not done.
The amount of hate mail that was received by the network was insane.
Normalized to you right now, and so you don't call it woke. Yeah, sure, whatever.
I want to respond to that specific point because look.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So look, if we want to go through now, I don't. If you're saying that this, I haven't watched the full series, so I'm going to be, I guess, a little bit more tepid with my claims. If you're saying in this particular, of course, I've watched series of shows.
No. It's next of Star Trek.
I've seen every episode of Voyager, and I don't think Voyager was nearly as woke as the average TV show is today.
It was not as woke as the original series.
You might not be old enough, but that was the first female captain. That was a big deal.
No. Hold on. You're missing the point. Again, what I'm trying to say is like you're describing the initial Star Trek, which we're talking about the era of Gunsmoke and Gilligan's Island, right? Like it could be that this was like particularly woke, which I thought was kind of hilarious again compared to the other shows of the day, and also compared to what we currently have. I'm serious. I'm still waiting for an example. Can you give me an example of right now in any TV show or movie released within the past 5 years, a contemporary female character that does not have like the boss bitch persona, that does not have a like overall dominant personality type? Just one.
Sydney Sweeney's character in Euphoria. I don't want to give you Euphoria would be like the thing.
I'll watch that. I'll watch that, and I'll let you know if I agree. I've never watched it.
Euphoria has a bunch of
trash.
Well, it's not saying it's trash. So do you have a non-trash example so I don't have to expose my eyes?
The show is woke as fuck, but and degenerate. It's all just degeneracy.
Wait, somebody's saying somebody's saying she's not a main character. Is she a main character or is she not?
No, she's absolutely a main character.
Well, they're all. It's a bunch of characters.
It's an ensemble cast. Yeah.
Well, can you give me an example of a main character being like non-boss?
I mean, she is a main character.
I think he means like the lead role. Like there is a lead role in
like Snow White is a great the traditional Snow White is a great example of a non-boss bitch main character, right? Is there any equivalent to that today?
Hold on.
Give us one that you think is good from like the 90s or early 2000s, so they can have a comparison. Like, do you have a better one that isn't a cartoon?
Scrubs.
We love Scrubs.
That's an ensemble cast. That's an ensemble cast, brother.
Screen.
I'm telling you,
what's her face is absolutely a main character in that show.
They're all main characters. That's the problem. I'm saying you're giving them the same given the same guidelines. A main character who's the lead role, right? Who isn't a boss bitch? Because that's like your Snow White reference. Is like she's the lead role. Those stories about her. So can you give an example like from early 90s, 2000s where the lead characters kind of play into femininity?
Hold on. So if you're saying ensemble cast, like I didn't mean to limit main character to one person.
We'll just Pam from The Office, right? Like she's not a boss bitch the entire show.
There you go.
Right? Like she's clearly
or Friends, right? Is another example.
Yeah, there you go. You could,
or
was she a main character?
That's our
Like,
standard. I mean,
Phoebe was pretty feminine in Friends. She's kind of crazy.
So was Rachel. So was Monica.
While we have this little.
Do we have any examples today?
I think so.
Are we talking about the main character?
We have this little bit of a pause
because I have an example.
So use Friends.
So while we have this little break, there's a problem in the way that you guys are, where the left is interpreting woke. And the problem, I think, also, to be fair, stems from the right's difficulty to adequately define woke, right? Because it seems like what the lefties are doing here, right, is they're saying that woke is when a character is representative, right? And like we can use that analogy, which is fine, right? Like if you care about, representation in media, which you do, and you say it matters that blacks were underrepresented in media, right? Then you ought to be with the conservatives in saying that LGBT people are overrepresented somewhere between 2 to 4 times than they actually exist, which by definition is underrepresentation of white characters. So by your own logic, you must support white people in limiting the representation of LGBTQ people in media.
Black people are also represented
because that's one of your. That's one of
you can be
black
white
people are also
and also
overrepresented.
Yeah, I didn't want to say
Jewish people are overrepresented.
Right. Yes. Everyone except for white people, for the most part, are overrepresented in all of our forms of media. So if you care about representation, then what you need to do is push for more white actors and more white voices in Hollywood, because it's racism that they don't exist. I don't care about direct proportional representation. And the people that are against wokeness don't either. White people are not fucking concerned that there's not enough of a majority of white people, that there isn't exactly 62%, or 55% straight white actors. What they care about when they say woke is not the existence of a skin color, right? What they care about is twofold. One, is it a skin color is pushed there for an ideological reason that subverts the story and entertainment value. I'll give you an example. Not a single fucking anti-woke person gave a fuck that Samuel L. Jackson played Nick Fury, despite the fact that that Nick Fury was white in all of the comics. No one cares that he was a black guy.
People complain about that.
Why did
I didn't hear a single person complain about that.
You didn't hear it. I did.
He didn't make me feel lectured. Okay, that's what it was.
Hold on, pause. No, you're interrupting with some bullshit. You look at any
I'm
of these
asking a question.
You look at any of these fucking anti-woke YouTubers, right? Like Critical Drinker or Geeks and Gamers or any of those. None of those people cared that Nick Fury was a black guy now. Why? Because Samuel L. Jackson was a badass. Because he fit the fucking role. It didn't matter that the skin color changed. People are mad about Snow White. Well, why? What's the difference here? The difference here is that Rachel, I can't remember, it's like Ziegler or whatever the fuck her name is. I can't remember. I apologize. She, not only was she disparaging of the story and said that it didn't fit her morals and values, they talked and celebrated how they changed the fact that when she came in, she was celebrating her femininity by cleaning up the house and by straightening things and by cooking dinner for the dwarves. And then she fell asleep. And that was what endeared her, because there was a motherly figure in Snow White that was an icon of femininity. And what she did and what they did is they changed it, where she was lecturing them about being a boss bitch and about how they all need to clean up themselves. And it's like, bitch, they've been in the mines all day. What the fuck are you doing? It is forced, doesn't make sense with the story. And the only reason it is there is to push the ideology of wokeism. And the very quick and easy definition of woke is the cultural instantiation that represents critical theory, oppressor dynamics, anti-capitalist narratives, and intersectional feminist narratives that are all designed to subvert society and subvert Western ideology and subvert liberalism in favor of equity and inclusion.
So,
it all started with Ghostbusters.
I went.
Before you go on the question,
before you do your question, right? So, like, we've been going through Netflix to look up shows. Kim's Convenience, right? The main characters, there are two Asian leads. There's like because it's a family dynamic thing, right? None of them are boss bitches or whatever, right? Glow
The main character of the show is the daughter, and she constantly argues against her father, against cultural tradition, and is going out to be an artist and a photographer. She constantly bullies her oppa. Like, no, she's a boss bitch.
How is that? Hold on. Then okay. Then this term immediately. This term means nothing.
If a woman's just like, okay, I'll do whatever you want. Okay, we'll be submissive. Like, that's not a story. That's boring as shit. Nobody wants to watch that.
That's literally, if that's what you mean, right? That like she has an opinion that's different from her father's, right? And she has conflict with her father about her own destiny. Then okay, sure, whatever. I'm moving past that, right?
She doesn't represent femininity in any
fashion.
Okay, well,
hold on. The mother who fully embraces being a homemaker and being raising her family and all that, right? She fully embraces all those traditional things. But like, would that count? That individual?
The mother does, absolutely.
Okay, great. There we go. The mother. Right.
The daughter was a powerful feminist icon breaking tradition.
I don't know about that part.
Show. Yes, she has an immigrant mother who is a butt of several jokes and made fun of all the time because of her inability to understand the ability to fit in.
Everyone is made fun of
for her femininity.
It's a comedy where all of them are made fun of for all of their choices, right? Like the son is irresponsible, right? Because of the choices that he made. And it led to his life, like whatever. So
maybe him being irresponsible is subverting masculinity. About subverting masculinity,
might be, right? There's
by that criteria, like Phoebe from Friends doesn't qualify, neither does Rachel. Like,
exactly. And he would get. No. Monica doesn't count, right? Monica would be. Yeah, she's a boss.
They play women.
Stories are about conflict.
We have
their relation to men isn't like hidden. It's like it is part of the show.
Okay, so I have a question. Why do people?
I'm not done. Hold on. I want to finish this. I had Interview with a Vampire. Right. It's a recent show. With the main characters. There's three main characters. Two of them are male. One of them's female. And like her entire storyline is in relation to those males and how they make her feel, right? Then so there's that, and it's a very feminine.
She doesn't pass the Bechdel test. I'm sure the writers will be in trouble for that one.
Sure, whatever. Ratchet. She. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, she's. Yeah. Not really like traditionally feminine, but I think there was more issues going on there.
Hold on. Well, Scott, that is exactly what I'm talking about.
She doesn't.
No. What I'm talking about, we need more women to fail the Bechdel test. That's what we need. Okay, in more shows, we need more women, at least some percentage. Like
American Horror Story.
30%.
American Horror Story has a bunch of different characters, like, and they like rotate like each season.
The witch season was woke
only
as fuck.
Well, the just addressing before you talked, right? Hey, they change it up, and so there are some times where they do have those characters, right?
And then it was a shit show after that.
I haven't seen the witch season, so I can't tell you about that one, right?
It's awful. It is so hyper woke.
I'm not judging that one, but I'm saying that like in different seasons, you have characters who perfectly represent like traditional femininity, whatever the fuck you want to describe.
I bet you those are before 2014. Let me look it up.
I don't. Okay, do that. Do that, please. Right. There is a whole list of these shows, right? Just going down Netflix, that are recent, that have characters that do all these things. Bridgerton, right? Has those. It does have one who would be like, I guess, a boss, but she was like
Bridgerton.
She's one of the.
Oh my God! Whoa! Wait! Prime.
Now it's a historical piece that don't count.
Okay, it's meant to mock. Okay, sure.
Wait, Prime. I want to address something. American Horror Story. So this is, I think, encapsulates my point almost perfectly. Okay. Murder House aired October 2011 to the between October 2011 and December 2011. Okay. Asylum 2012 to the beginning of 2013. And then Coven, like the fucking hyper woke one, the end of 2013 into 2014. It was 2014. That's when everything changed. And American Horror Story changed too. This is literally in line with what I'm talking about.
I probably did see Coven, and I don't remember it. I remember because I got to the circus one, and then there was one after the circus one that I started.
You must have skipped Coven, and that was like the one where it's like the sexual assault happens, and then she flips the bus.
I have a question about a piece of media that people did have a problem with, that by y'all's definition of when stuff is inserted or whatever and it's bad, being like the bad type of woke that people have problems with, and I don't understand why exactly people had problem with it. A lot of people online, like these right-wing media, like talk about it, YouTubers, had a lot of issues with the Fallout series. And I don't understand why under that framework, because like generally, I mean, if you're talking about characters that were of other races, it wasn't really shoehorned in. It was just kind of they're existing for the most part. And I mean, like, I just don't understand how in that framework there was such a big problem.
Yeah, I don't know about Fallout,
ham-fisting,
but can
I'm sorry. The ham-fisting of politics from the leftist perspective has been so destructive towards all Western media.
True.
For the most part, I've just stopped watching TV and I watch like anime or read manga and manhwa because it's literally insufferable to watch 95% of TV these days.
True. Wait, no, this is true. But here, can you? Here's the perfect example where I think it's like.
I mean, like, look at Star Wars, right? Star Wars used to be good.
Oh, hold on, Scott.
Now it's full of like shit like the Acolyte, where like evil white man is,
Yeah,
I see. Wait, Prime.
Through that lens.
Fallout's a really good example. Hold on, but Fallout's a good. Have you seen Fallout Lactoid?
I have not seen Fallout, but I wanted to bring some
Fallout.
power.
It's really good. So
it is really good.
It's a fantastic show. You should definitely check it out, right? But it starts out with this woman who is like classically feminine and pretty much every way, right? Now she is forced to be the main character.
Where she becomes a bad bitch, right?
She has to because people are getting fucking murdered, bro.
Yeah,
she comes and saves the day. Sure, I get it.
No,
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it.
Lactoid. But then here's what I want to ask.
Oh, the man's murder, so she has to step up? Yeah, okay.
Oh my God, stop it. Lactoid.
Her father was kidnapped.
You gotta help me out because this is.
Oh, the man is kidnapped, so the woman's gotta come. Mario and Bowser. Yeah, sure.
Lactoid, you gotta help me out here.
Peach.
Because like. As our friend, hold on one second. But because as our friend Scott here said, this is very loosely defined, right? Your idea of like a boss bitch, like I'm trying to work.
Wait, one second.
But I want to know what Lactoid thinks about this.
I haven't seen the show.
There has to be a plot reason.
You haven't seen the show.
Peach had to train Mario how to live in their world in the Mario movie.
This boss bitch thing,
Peach
right?
trained him how to live.
Because what I was trying to give example. I know you haven't seen the show. You don't have to tell me you haven't seen the show. I know you haven't seen the show, right?
Prime, I haven't seen the show.
There was a character who is fuck you. Who is classically like feminine, right? But because of the plot, like she has to take action. She has to she has agency, right? And has got to go do things out in the world. And
she doesn't really love doing it. Like,
she doesn't want to do any of that stuff, right?
But she's just good at it, right?
She's overcoming hardship.
She's overcoming hardship is what she's
becoming a bad bitch.
I know. Wait, you guys are proving Lactoid's point.
It explains why she's good at some of those things because she literally spent her entire life locked in a vault practicing, which makes people good at things.
No. You're proving Lactoid's point. The point of Lactoid's saying is that like the fact that in a post-apocalyptic world, whatever the fuck it is, that like the woman's gonna go save her dad because her dad's kidnapped is kind of like annoying to him because that's not a typical story that would actually happen. It's just being forced. Kind of like when I watched the Mario movie.
Why is it just
when I watched the Mario movie and like the movie the movie is supposed to represent like the game.
Oh, I hope
in
not.
In the game. Okay. So when Mario goes into the world, Peach teaching him how to like navigate and run the world and fight and do all of this, but then she gets kidnapped immediately. It's like that's not how that would work. The person who controls the world and would teach the superhero of the world wouldn't probably get kidnapped. And so like that's I think Talactoid's point is that like there's this girl who's supposed to be feminine, but then they change her up instantly. She has to go through all this hardship, become a hero, do all this stuff, and he's saying it's forced because like that's just who's that for? Who's that for?
Is there a plot reason why it makes sense in the plot? Because there is, and
like in Tomb Raider, the Tomb Raider, she was just hot,
genetic,
and that was it.
Change was she genetically enhanced? Because that makes sense. She's not genetically.
Would she have to be genetically enhanced?
The moment. Well, because she's a female. The moment any female, like even Ronda Rousey, the moment she goes and tries
to
fight,
a
like 2 or 3 dudes
gun
at the same time, she's gonna die.
One of the dudes in the show, there are multiple episodes where she's literally like she has a rope around her neck and he's dragging her through the desert. Okay, I'm not even lying.
I haven't seen the show. I'm just asking. I'm asking. Is there any? I'm just
there's a gun that you should love. Being a right winger, being part of the Second Amendment death cult,
gun, which
right?
I mean,
you should know. Yes, that's a force equalizer there. There's a lot of force equalization within the show. But hold on, but that's not part. That part. Hold on. I'm not focusing it on the show. The thing I'm trying to get to, that's not the point of my question, because he hasn't seen the show, right? It seems like what Lactoid actually wants is, right, the original Princess Peach, right? That a woman who didn't have any agency, right, who just get kidnapped, who is very feminine, right, because she wears the dress, right? That's all we know about her, right? She wears the dress, right?
In the original
she kisses Mario, and she says, "Thanks, Mario," right? But then never fucks him, ever. Kind of weird. But
we don't know that.
No, we do know that man has never gotten his
that's the opening of a porn scene, an Italian plumber.
Any which way. But the point that's a good point. But anyway, like that she doesn't have any, she doesn't actually do anything, right? I try to present to you again the story you haven't seen, and that's fair, right? But I try to present to you a character, describe a character to you, right? Mm-hmm. That's just a woman who has agency, and immediately you start deriding it, and that becomes the boss bitch. If it's simply that she has agency and does stuff within the plot, right, on her own, well then, yeah, I guess everything.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not. Let me give you like I guess a couple examples. The first example is where I don't think it's forced is the gay episode of The Last of Us. I thought it was actually like really well done, and that it wasn't like
I didn't see it.
Okay, well, fair enough. But it is really well done and kind of an example of, I think, a way to not force it and not make it feel artificial, but also just simply have gay characters. And
which is why gamers overwhelmingly loved Last of Us.
Yeah, it was
overwhelmingly hated Last of Us 2 because it was forced.
Sure, I mean that could be. I don't know about Last of Us 2. I'm talking about the TV show. There was I think I forget which episode, but there's a character.
It's based pretty strong.
There's a character who is canonically gay, and like his relationship is in. Although I don't think the relationship is nearly as gone into in depth in the game as it is in the show, but it's done incredibly well, and it's done in a very natural way to the point where it's just like the relationship. And a lot of people I've talked to, like even on the left, like the super left ones, will say like, I think it's a super effective episode because it doesn't feel forced because of the way they're able to do it. An example of a TV show where I think it feels incredibly forced is Rings of Power, in which like canonically it doesn't make any sense to have like the Black Elves or the Black Hobbits, and then also like biologically it doesn't make any sense if you're having like an insular group of forest dwellers that apparently have been inbreeding for the past 1,000 years, but yet they're different races. Like that, it doesn't actually follow. But yet that's just like is what it is in the Rings of Power. And of course, they have the gender shit in the Rings of Power as well. In fact, Rings of Power is so fucking bad. Them and their British accents is so bad that I can't even watch that show anymore. And I love the Lord of the Rings franchise, right? The trilogy is the best show ever made, or the best movies ever made. But this show is so bad, and the accents, it's like 80% the accents, 20% the woke shit. But it's still, the woke shit is a major factor. An example of a video game that I thought was like really good that had traditional gender roles was Resident Evil 4. And I specifically remember, my grandmother was like a big feminist or whatever. I specifically remember playing Resident Evil 4 and my grandmother coming in. And for those of you who haven't played Resident Evil 4, right, you play as, what's his face? Dude with the Leon, yeah. And you're going around kicking ass, and then you have like this woman who's like, pretty useless, and she's just like following you around and like being the feminine character, right? That's the whole time.
That's a pretty good way of representing women.
She's pretty, yeah. And I remember her saying like, I remember her saying, because she's this big like feminist person, feminist advocate, and she was saying, well, like, she was getting upset that this character wasn't doing any fighting, right? Like, why can't she have a gun? Why can't she do the combat?
Oh.
And I think that is sort of, I think that is kind of like, that mentality that she had, I think, is the mentality that is driving this agenda that we currently have. Whenever women are not seen in a position of power, the immediate left-wing thought is, well, why not? Why don't they have a gun? Why aren't they a total badass? Why don't they have? Why don't they have?
Situation? Why are they just sitting there with a perfectly good trigger finger? What are you doing?
No, she helps you unlock doors. She's very useful, but just in her own way. And let me just finish.
You're saying this is a good representation? Hold on.
It's an authentic representation.
It's a good representation.
It's an authentic representation.
What about Wong?
What about Wong?
You mean like the sexy femme fatale, right? Who's always good, like the super spy.
She was fine.
Who's always good at doing everything.
She was fine.
Why she's fine? I mean,
You're right. You're right. Hold on. Wait. Prime. This is why I asked you for an example of a show with any one of these like main characters that has like a submissive kind of feminine type, because what it seems like is, despite that video game having a pretty like badass female character, the fact that there was one feminine character who played the role and was part of the main story bothered her, and it bothered her for the same reason that it bothers you, and it bothers like the left wing. I think subconsciously it does. Well, hold on, I'll give you an example. 1 second. You can give your example 1 second. The reason I liked the Resident Evil 4 and I hated Rings of Power, and I liked The Last of Us with the gay episode, and I probably and I hate this word, it's hyper fixated and hyper forced, and they have to lecture us. And remember that one NCIS episode where they did the gamer girl like sexual assault? It was awful. And then you have Witch and Coven. There's so many examples.
Pretty awful in general.
Yeah, I can give you examples where it's just absolutely awful. If it's you can tell. We're not stupid. We can tell when it's authentic and when it's the writers wanted to like.
We agree.
Give an agenda. They wanted to. But again, the question is, why do they want to push this agenda?
But I agree with you. Hold on. But dude, I agree with you. And we've talked about this before, right? Hey. Corporations put out messages that they think will earn them profit, that will give them some sort of advantage in the marketplace, right? And for a time, at the very least, I'm not sure if it's still the case now because there's been a lot of backlash, but at least for a time, they thought that putting out these really lefty messages like would be profitable. Like that. The Nike shoe deal with what's his face, the kneeler, football player, like that was because Nike thought, hey, this will make us more money than it will lose us, right? We understand we're taking a risk here, but we're making a calculated risk, and that's not why they do it though.
They're creating the market.
Hold on, whatever. Corporations, yes, cynically use these messages, and they don't actually mean it, and it's forced, right? We talk about that on the left all the time. We talk about gay pride parades, and I brought this up to you before. That how the quote unquote like gay pride parade, a gay pride parade, is taken over, is now totally corporate. We have Bank of America and name an oil company, ExxonMobil, right? Like who got their names all over it. Do these people, these corporations give a fuck about the gay pride? Absolutely not. A lot of them had the DEI initiatives. A lot of those corporations, the DEI initiatives, and as soon as it wasn't useful to them anymore, right? As soon as they were getting backlash, they're like, yeah, we're going to drop these. And now DEI departments all over the place are disappearing. Yes, corporations cynically use messages to their advantage. We agree on that. If that's your only point, great. We've always agreed on that.
Well, then I'm on your show talking shit about corporations. You should love it. I think a great example of what you're talking about is how they got women to smoke cigarettes is this message. They said, look, like men smoke cigarettes. Don't you want to be like men? And I think that this is
they said you'll get thinner. You said they lose.
Wait. No, that was part of it. That was part of it. They were playing into that as well. But a major, and this is, you can look up the initial ads. Like the major part of this was they were calling them torches of liberty because this was like sort of in line. Because cigarettes were becoming popular. Yes, around the time that a lot of this rad femme stuff started happening in the 20s, 30s, and 40s. And I think that there is a trend of like marketing. I think where there's a lot of marketing that it's trying to market this idea probably for cynical purposes, sure, for like the badass woman, like this forced kind of like this forced racial diversity, like in Rings of Power, for example, where you can tell if it's authentic or it's not. And then there's like two analyses. There's the base level analysis is where you can just agree with me and say, yeah, it doesn't feel authentic. You're right, that sucks. But then the follow-up question is kind of what Scott was trying to hint at, which is, why is it being forced? Right? Is it just being forced to like play to a new market? And if that's the case, why is the market so receptive to this?
Let me step in here, which is like,
I showed my example.
I think a better example where we're able to like directly see the difference is comparing Sony America to Sony Japan, right? Like you can see the difference in culture. And Sony America is a corporation that wants to make games for profits. Sony Japan is the same fucking corporation, right? Now, obviously, they have different voting shares. So they're tied together in many ways, but they do have individual teams. And what you can look at is you can look at what Sony America has done. In order to be able to get their ESG score higher so that they can get access to loans, because if you understand video games and you understand they require massive amounts of investment, and then you hope to have a return on investment that is like triple, quadruple, quintuple what you invested in the initial property, right? And so when we look at Sony America, what has Sony America done? Sony America put out Horizon, right? And then they put out the second one where they made her chunky and they brought in Sweet Baby Inc. to get them to make her look less feminine and more powerful. And what they did is they undersold the original by 44%, despite the fact that many PlayStation 5s shipped with the sequel. But it doesn't stop there, right? Every failure of wokeness that has occurred,
perhaps these were just bad games too,
has every portion of wokeness that has come that has had Sweet Baby Inc. stain on it has been from Sony America. Concord that failed and is the most expensive developed game in all of human history because not only did it cost them 100 to
Concord.
It was also a crappy game for other reasons.
It bombed so bad.
Was it woke?
Yes, it bombed so bad. Yes, it was absolutely woke. They didn't have a single white male in the entire game.
Not a
the
single
art design
one?
it was specifically designed to not have white males.
The green guy was kind of white.
The green guy was kind of white. Listen to that statement over again. The green guy was kind of white.
That's really funny. I mean, I can't get there from here.
Yeah, well, you can be white and have they them pronouns, so I don't know why that
individual was semi-white.
You don't know him.
I still haven't given my example, believe it or not.
I don't care about that. But like, I'm saying he was coded with white features. That's all I'm saying.
Don't make it weird.
Spider-Man dialogue that was ham-fisted in that, like, with people like side quests where they were talking about pronouns and gender diversity. Right. Every single one of those games has come that have had Sweet Baby Inc. involved in them, where Sweet Baby Inc. goes to them, asks for millions of dollars so that they can make their game more inclusive and fit left-wing positions, so that they can get ESG loans, so that they can get loans from these corporations, these other corporations, these hedge funds that are trying to push stakeholder capitalism via ESG scores, so that they can get cheaper money. Has come out of Sony America. And when you compare that to Sony Japan, where they came out with Ghost of Tsushima, where they came out with where Ghost the Ghost of Yote with the female lead role that had like the voice actress that like is trans but like not, because they're clearly
Yote hasn't come out yet. I don't know.
Sorry. Trans but not, but because they're feminine.
Right. Okay. They announced it, and there have been, this part is whistleblowers, so we don't actually know if this part is true, but it seems like, so I'll just leave that at that, right? I want to make that clear, right? Whistleblowers from Sony Japan are saying that it was originally Yote was supposed to be a sequel with the same main character, but that once Sony America got their hands on it, they had to make it a prequel. They had to make it a female character. They couldn't make it the male character. There's also been reports that they want to do Wolverine as an old man so that they can have him lose his healing factor so that he can die in the first game, so that they can have Subject 23 or X23, the female character, be the lead for the next. It's like over and over again you have literal corporations whose job is to wokeify your shit so that you can get ESG scores, so that you can make your games they're not doing it.
This is the most
I just looked it up. The green guy was Latino.
Scott, like that seems to again. I feel like I kind of feel like in some cases that we are like yelling at each other, like agreeing each other very loudly. Because like what I just talked about was like a corporation cynically using these messages for an advantage, right? And what you said, right, is that I'm going to ignore the Sweet Baby Ink thing because wow, all right. So I'm just going to ignore that. That's a whole nother conversation. But still, right? You said is that they're wokeifying their games, right? And I'm gonna go with your framing. They're going to wokeify their games so they can up their ESG scores, so they can get access to loans, right? So I'm just going to assume that's exactly what's happening.
Last of Us 2 with Naughty Dog was also Sweet Baby Ink.
Sure. Okay.
Why they had like masculine fucking.
I just looked at this company.
No.
The whole company's aimed at this shit.
ESG. So ESG. So I was gonna know that, right? With the Sweet Baby Ink, whatever.
That's her job.
I don't care. Don't care about that. But look. But the point is that I'm gonna take your framework. They're wokeifying their game to get access to loans to produce the project, right? So it sounds like they're cynically using these messages that they may not believe in whatever. I don't know if the heads of Sony Corporation of America give a fuck about any of these things, right? Like it seems proven over again that they actually don't care about these things, but they're using these cynically, right? So then
it seems
we would
be agreeing. Concord was an exception. Like they legit plenty of people within the development of Concord said I heard one individual that worked on it say that it was a culture of toxic positivity because it was so woke. Like if you said anything bad about it, then you were the bad evil white guy in the workplace. So they couldn't even critique or make a good game because it was so full of leftist politics.
No. I took it too far. They did make that toxic positivity comment. That is the case, right? But they were talking about like whether this project will succeed or not, right? So it's like toxic positivity. Hey,
talk shit on it because it was the baby,
but it wasn't about being. Hold on. There was. I haven't seen any quotes, right, about it being because they were white, right? Because you couldn't say as a white person, hey man, this doesn't seem like a good direction. It's that hey, this will
say that in corporate America, you'd be fired. This project, as a white person, this is a bad direction. You'd be fired.
Yeah, fair enough. This project will work out, right? Even though there are major problems with the project. That's what the toxic positivity was about, right? Like, hey, it's going. Rather than take on critiques about what's happening with the project, they're saying, no, it's definitely going to work out. And if you're saying it's not going to work out, well, then you're not a team player, right? We've seen that, and not just here, right? We've seen that but was it Bethesda? Was it? No, I'm thinking of, maybe, is it Bethesda? Maybe it might be Bethesda.
What's the game?
Whichever one made Mass Effect. It wasn't Bethesda, was it?
That's BioWare.
BioWare had the toxic positivity there, right? With Mass Effect Andromeda, that was talked about as well. People who say hey man, this, and I don't know if people think that one was woke. I have no idea. I haven't played that one. But
they had someone do the art design of the faces where they made some of the characters ugly, and she was a radical feminist that was bragging about on Twitter.
I'll have to take
the characters ugly intentionally.
I'll have to take your word for it. But the point is that that's what they meant by toxic positivity. It wasn't about being white or anything, right? It's about whether the project will fail or not. That's what that was discussing. And fuck, what was the other thing I was going to say to you? Shit. Because because all this seems like cynical messaging. We've been agreeing. We agree on that, right? Hold on. Let's check. Hey, Katja, do you agree that corporations use cynical messaging, right? Whether from maybe a left perspective or right perspective, I don't know, right? But cynical messaging to get some sort of advantage for their product.
True, and when they see that a certain demographic is becoming a bigger share of the market than they were, prior, then they play into that in a way that is a lot of times tacky and poorly done. And a lot of the stuff like the toxic positivity makes it good to make, or makes it harder to make a good product. And it's shitty, and I agree, and we all agree.
Yeah, so Corey, do you agree?
It's not an argument that goes against the
I just said we all agree.
We agree. Hold on. So Corey, do you agree that corporations intentionally use
for a non-argument?
Yes,
I'm saying there is no argument. I agree. I'm saying that we are agreeing.
You're hyper fixating on like a specific point of agreement as opposed to looking at the broader like you're missing the forest for the trees.
The claim is the industry is being taken over by left-wing philosophy, and you're saying but the corporation itself is doing all of this shit at the behest of leftists, but they're doing it so that they can make money. Well, it's like, yes, I agree. We agree on that. What we're saying doesn't change the fact that when you look at, let's say, the gaming industry or media or whatever, that leftists have inserted themselves into these positions and been able to force and change media, not because the story evolves that way, not because the writers have this great idea and it comes from the natural expression of trying to tell a story, but because they need to hit these check boxes and that they need to push an ideology. It's no longer about the story, it's about pushing things onto people, and people are reacting negatively to that. That's the claim, and you're not disagreeing with the claim by hyperfixating that it's not necessarily Sony America's vision to make the game woke, but that it's Sony America's vision to get a high ESG score so that they can get loans for games, and then they let a bunch of leftists come into their fucking company, and then those leftists end up rotting the game.
I think we're putting the cart before the horse.
Being able to make a good product.
No, it's also
we're kind of doing chicken and egg the wrong direction here.
Scott. I get it.
Yeah, but we're kind of doing it the wrong direction here because we're talking about how, so there's people who have kind of, become a larger, share of the market, or who have been very loud and vocal, sometimes disproportionately so, like obviously starting, at these certain times that we mentioned, the 2014, 2015 times, blah, blah, blah. And then, after that,
critical mass hit.
That's great. So, and then after, and then as stuff has, gone on, there's this demand for this. So there's more that plays into it. And now after a while, after stuff has gotten more and more tacky and, not very good, people are having a backlash against it now. And obviously people, who are representative of this, demographic or opinion or ideology that they were trying to play into, obviously those people are going to be behind some of the stuff that does indeed play into that. So now people are having a backlash against that, and things are moving in a different direction. Yes, that's how it works.
No, I want to address the chicken and egg because, I think it's when we're talking about marketing, there's people are following trends, but then there's also a question of, people can make trends, right? Companies can make trends. Mm-hmm. And I think there's a genuine question as to what's the balance here? What's the actual split? And I don't know what it is, right? I think that there is probably some amount here, probably a large amount based on my intuitions of the matter and how I feel on this. Is that a large quantity of this is being manufactured? It feels manufactured. It feels very much manufactured to try to push this as being a new thing that we have to get on board with, and we have to accept. And again, it just makes for bad media, and it makes for also it makes for not just bad media. It's not just bad media. It's not just bad media. It's also media that has a very specific social agenda to change society in a particular way to fit the mold that the left-wing creators on these and Sweet Baby Inc. and these
naturally
lactoid.
Nobody naturally wrote Dragon Age Veilguard to have literal fucking struggle sessions where they take away your player agency to even be able to respond to it in any way other than we love the trans. Nobody wrote that because that was an important element of the fucking story.
Sorry, what are you talking about?
I haven't played. No, don't go. It's not important. I have to go in there.
Go on YouTube.
So
Lactoid, I never gave my example. I never
got to answer Prime's question when he asked.
Well, I want to hear an example. Just say it real quick. I want to hear the example.
I'm gonna actually. I thought of this after we did the a character that's female that has more feminine traits and isn't necessarily girl boss, blah 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 all the time.
Main character.
Or at least in I'd say a main character, one of the main characters. At least I'm saying not as much of this boss bitch in relation to all the other characters that are in the universe.
Look at all the caveats. Look at all the caveats. But go ahead.
That's great. I've used fewer than y'all have. Don't worry about it. So in the most wokey McWokerson fucking Star Trek series that people say, oh my god, woke about Discovery, Sylvia Tilly is pretty feminine compared to the other characters that are on in like the main cast of characters that are obviously going to be a bit more like boss-like than the rest of the everybody average person because they're all on a starship. But, you know, if we're talking about within the universe, yeah, she is more apprehensive about doing things, not too into fighting, you know, like shows being afraid, shows being, you know, like needing guidance or whatever. If that's what we're considering stereotypically feminine, then here we go.
So
I'll look into this character.
Lactoid, and I think Scott has his headphones on, right? I wasn't paying attention. I didn't see.
I'm sure he does.
Okay. Scott, fuck you. How about that?
Bitch.
Okay. So, like, my problem is, like, what do we consider natural, right? And what is accepted? So, like, you don't like me, like, trying to agree with you on the corporate cynical use of left-wing talking points. Okay, right? So I'll find disagreement. My disagreement is that, like, before 2014, any of these stories were, like, natural in the way that you think they're natural, right? That, like, is it natural to have a white main character in all of these stories, right? In so many of these stories, is it natural, especially when we're talking about for instance, a white savior story that like a white person would come to a new environment, right, with these another culture, and that they would see what was wrong here and then fix that problem. Is that natural?
Depends
right?
what the context of the show is.
Or there are messages being pushed, right? There are messages that, like, some people find acceptable and non-controversial. When a white man is in charge, right? When he is the person with the most agency, when he is straight, certainly, right? And cis, and when he interacts with women who generally need his help, right? These things are uncontroversial. And so we don't question them whatsoever. But then once there's a change, right, that some people dislike, right, then that's a problem. Then this seems unnatural. This seems like a message is pushed. But what about the message beforehand? Were those always natural? Were those always the best stories to be put out? Always the stories that culture would have interacted with the most, that would have expanded our minds in a more natural, in a better, that would have told a better narrative, right? A superior narrative. Are these the things, or was it? Hold on, let me okay. Or was it some sort of cultural consensus among the class that had the means of creating media, right? That among that group, right, we have like a very homogeneous cohort that all agreed that this was fine, right? And so it doesn't appear that no one's pushing any sort of messages, right? But these are all messages that they agree with. These are all, hold on, you can wait. These are all messages that they agree with. These are all messages that they seem as natural. When someone else comes in, now it's a problem, right? Now it's unfair. Now we don't like those things. No, I'm saying that that these are all. So the last thing I'll say, don't worry. I'm saying that all art, all of it, like has a message, is a medium for a message. That message may be to sell you products, right? That message may be to tell you some sort of fascinating story, but it's a message created by individuals, and they're trying to tell you something. I think before those messages were invisible to you, because they fit what you thought was normal. But now they don't. They are different from what they were before, and now it seems like there's an issue. That's it. Go ahead.
So, here's the thing. All art represents the values of the artist, right?
Yes.
So we've had this debate before. You know my argument, which is that art is objective, and art has, even just because we can't necessarily measure it, that it is true that art represents the values of the artist. Now,
I'm going to say not necessarily in all cases.
Yeah, that's fine.
We've done this
just
before.
Go along with me. Yeah, we've done this before. It becomes a whole other thing. It represents the values of the artist, right? Either as they wish the world to be, as they think the world is, who they think they are, and their experiences, right? And I agree with you that there have been left-wing philosophical narratives and right-wing, obviously, philosophical narratives that have been pushed throughout all of media in American history, right? Like, I mean, I Love Lucy going all the way back. Yes, she was traditionally feminine in a lot of ways, but in a lot of ways, she was seen as a feminist icon and representation of feminism in media because, you know, she pushed the boundaries of, you know, the stay-at-home mom that was forced to just like be the dude. She wasn't Leave It to Beaver's mom, right? Like she wasn't just there to be at the foot of her husband, and it was an interracial relationship where she was pushing those boundaries, where she was stepping out in the workplace, right? So these narratives have always been strung throughout, as especially Hollywood has been kind of a place that is more left-wing, you know, since World War II, right? Like since it's been around, it's been predominantly left-wing. And so like so we go, well, where does the issue start, right? And Lactoid brings up 2014. And so you go, well, obviously all of these things were here before 2014. So what's the difference between post 2014 and pre 2014? And the difference is critical mass. It is one thing when stories have themes and they adhere to reality, or they adhere to the culture, and then within those stories there are new and interesting subtle ways that the stories change and represent things that not everybody has been exposed to. And then there is a certain point where every single form of fucking media that you watch always has to have a message that goes away from the story, that isn't a natural consequence of telling different stories, but is instead trying to push ideological presuppositions onto you. And you can't even get stories that even the stories begin to break down to where so many of them are full of like plot holes, full of like continuity. They constantly break the fourth wall. You can no longer consume media and be like, I'm watching a story and I'm watching a character develop naturally, and it's okay that that character is different than me, and it's interesting that that character is different than me, right? When I was in grad school, I had to do a multicultural competencies course, where, you know, we were specifically supposed to find a demographic group that was out of our domain, and it was an entire research project for the whole graduate course, right? I chose gay men. Right. I interviewed a ton of gay men. I went to gay clubs all throughout Richmond. I
would love to have seen you do that.
Tons of research. Right. And one of the things that I found that was so interesting is there was a ton of gay men that were talking about the value of Love, Simon, the film. Right. Because throughout all of their life, they were separated from a community until they turned 18, right? They were gay men, many of them in the closet at home, many of them in Christian conservative homes, and they weren't able to connect with this quote unquote gay community, other gay people, until they finally left home. And the power of Love, Simon, of a traditional kind of, you know, romance story of a secret admirer being a boy who had a boy as a secret admirer, made many of them break down in tears, because they were like, when I was 15, when I was 14, there was zero representation of the fact that it was okay for me to be gay, and it was okay to feel what I'm feeling, and it felt like everything was forced onto me. So don't say that that this shit's all invisible to me, or that I don't have empathy towards, you know, lacking representation and what that can do for a community, what that can do for an individual to see themselves represented, to see their stories told in a way that makes them feeling belonging to the predominant culture. But the shift in 2014 has gone from stories into a deliberate push that is at a corporate level, that is at a political level, that is coming from every fucking institution to tell white straight men, you don't belong. You're not a part of our culture. You're the fucking problem.
True.
And it is switched.
Real thing.
From a lack
it's a
of
fundamental
representation
anti-white male
into
message.
into a constant attack at whom these people collectively believe is their oppressor, despite having nothing to do with their fucking oppressed narrative or any oppression that they may or may not have had.
Yeah.
True. Wait, that is true. Do you have like a response to that?
Why don't we? You want a response? I was going to leave it off. Like,
we can. Okay. Well, yeah.
I do love when I give a quick little speech and it stun locks everybody because I think
the last several words.
So long,
but the last words though were base as hell. It's true.
Just as long as
this shit, there absolutely is like.
I need to get a timer.
We can't pretend. We can't fucking pretend. We sit here and pretend that like the metric that they're using in their heads, whether or not they're going to say it or not, is like. Does this like take away from white men at the expense, like, or does this like give to other people at the expense of white men? If yes, then it's pro diversity. Then it's good. Then we're going to push this message. And if it doesn't, then it's not ESG enough. Then we got to hire Sweet Baby Inc. or whatever to come in and fix it to make it like more anti-white men because that's the problem,
sure.
Right?
Again, I'm going to ignore the Sweet Baby Inc. thing because that's like the right.
I just read the Wikipedia.
Tiny ass. Yeah, I'm sure you did. Yeah, the right wing freak out about this tiny ass corporation that just goes over these scripts, right? To clean them up for them is hired to do that, and that no change that they make isn't approved by the corporation, by the publisher, right? The game studio yourselves on all levels, they approve all the changes that happen.
It's a company specializing in woke,
and they don't have any sort of executive decision making in the process whatsoever, right?
Yeah, they hire them to provide a service.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing.
Can I say one last thing?
I'm saying it's not Secret Link isn't important, so I'm moving past it. So, but you can have that, right? You can be very mad about that. It's very funny.
Can I do one last thing?
I don't think anyone's mad.
I don't. I literally don't. But go ahead.
Okay, one last thing. I just wanted to say, like, I think that it's more than just like looking at what the company does. It's looking at like what's the environment that something like this can thrive. I said that like Jussie Smollett is what you get when the demand for hate crimes exceeds the supply, and I think Sweet Baby Inc. is what you get when there becomes a demand for woke and diversity beyond like the natural narratives that exist within these shows, and there becomes an actual market to push this within shows and within our common culture. It is
natural.
Yes, anti-white male. Yes, absolutely.
Natural narrative. Does so much. It does so much. It does so much.
If it was natural, you wouldn't have to hire a separate company to come push it on it.
Everything was natural. Guys, don't you remember Ali? Ali, don't you remember? Back when it was natural.
Okay, You're right. I'm gonna remake The Wire. I'm gonna remake The Wire, and Stringer Bell's gonna be white. Okay. Yeah. And Avon Barksdale gonna be in a wheelchair, and he's gonna be. And she's gonna be trans. That's what we're gonna do. Yeah, that'll be a great TV show.
When Hollywood was known for its authenticity, right? Hollywood producers.
Oh, come on.
You're just waiting because you got nothing to take.
I'm definitely dealing with. And first of all, a lot of this needs to be mean because it's so
much of this is subjective funny, right? as well.
But whatever. But hold on. I'm not. Don't. Yeah,
it's hard to argue.
That's fine. I won't rise to your bait. It's not a problem. But like Lactoid, my point still stands. That like,
by the way, being
ignoring you, whatever. My point still stands. That it seems like you're saying that there's this time period where these stories were natural and just kind of make sense to you, right? All these stories make sense, right? And these just happen to be the stories that coincide with your general view of the world, right? That women need to act a certain way, right? That it just kind of makes sense that they would be helpless, right?
And it's always the best and most popular things of the past. When the shitty stuff from the past, nobody remembers.
The women are feminine, and the way that you like them to be feminine. That's when it was kind of natural. That was a natural point in time, right? Where there was like that lack of agency, right? Sorry, you don't want me to characterize it that way. Okay, I won't. Sorry. Hold on. Hold on. I don't care. Hold on. I don't care. Hold on. I'm not talking to you. Hold on. I'm not talking to you. I'm not addressing anything you said. Okay. So I'm moving. Great. Whatever. And then I will do it. I'm going to gish gallop away. Watch me do it. Enjoy it. Any which way, back to Lactoid. it seems to me, friend, right? And I mean this in the kindest way, honestly, right?
I'm sure.
And a most non-judgmental way, right? And not accusatory. That it's simply that point in time, that pre-2014, right? The narrative, the media utopia of pre-2014,
returning
right?
with views.
Like it seems that those are stories that like
great.
fit very neatly into how you were raised, right? And it didn't challenge you in certain ways that you are uncomfortable, right?
It didn't lecture me, yeah.
Yeah, it did. You didn't feel lectured, right? But there's nothing to lecture if you already agree, right?
I
wasn't with the message.
I wasn't demonized. It's great, yeah. I wasn't lectured.
Sure. No, okay.
Told what I have to think or believe.
I'll say yes. White men demonize, right? I'm gonna work with you in your framework. White men demonize, right?
Thank you.
And that's okay. But other people would have said, right, in other demographics, that they felt demonized in the media back then.
Like Scrubs,
right? And the yes, specifically Scrubs is the only media pre-2014.
Well, give me an example.
No,
Pre-14, like what?
2000s.
I'm
about to give an example. Right?
Go ahead.
Like,
and don't bring up the 1930s.
Such a good theme song.
Yeah. It's a really good theme song. I agree.
Without mentioning like Birth of a Nation, can you give me one TV show you're talking about?
I'm not mentioning Birth of the Nation. Oh my God, please. I'm not mentioning. I'm saying gay individuals.
Was a prophecy about New Zealand's parliament.
Which show hated on the gays? Tell me.
Gay individuals.
Which show?
Many shows, right?
Name one.
Oh my God! Shut up, Black dude, and let me fucking tell the story. Sorry,
I don't think I'm able to find one. Sorry. Well, let's see.
What was the question? Gay people? I'm confused.
We haven't.
A show that demonized gay people and black people.
What do I even mean by demonize? Because I haven't told you what I mean by that. But you didn't tell me. You didn't tell me, right, Lecter, what I mean by that?
You're not gonna be able to find any show that demonized gay people. It's Hollywood.
I'm literally gonna get the words out my mouth, and you won't let me do it. Okay, all right. So I'm saying that, like,
Grid, why are you so quiet? I can't hear him. He's speaking.
I don't know. Grid, are you speaking?
He was speaking.
Grid, were you speaking
just now? Oh, you're
maybe
muted
he's talking
now.
to his other.
Grid's been saying his mic is low, so.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, or maybe no.
Grid, we can't hear you at all, brother.
Yeah. If you're talking, Grid, I'm sorry.
He's himself on Discord.
Okay, well, good.
Can't hear us either.
We just don't know it.
Yeah.
That's actually kind of a boss move. Just to point that out. That's pretty Chad. Yeah.
Yeah. Any which way. Look, the last thing. Hold on. Fuck. So yeah, the thing I was trying to say was that, like, the way gay men were portrayed, right, like, as always being effeminate, right, and sometimes it can be a danger to kids, right, but just like an effeminate portrayal of gay men. Like, if you had been in those communities, they'd say, well, this is an accurate representation of us. That this is an issue right now. You're saying
gay men not effeminate?
What?
There are some individuals who are
disproportionately they're effeminate.
Hold on. Okay. Do you think that all gay men?
I've met a lot of bottoms prime. Okay.
Yeah,
you want to make a homophobic joke about that? You want to make a homophobic? Go ahead. Make the joke.
Look in the mirror. Yes, I'm sure.
Make the joke. Sweet Baby Ink is gonna come and take you out. I'm telling you. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no, Sweet Baby Ink is gonna get so mad that we say, "Yeah, lactose."
I'm saying,
I know.
Okay, look, black people had. Would feel differently about, like, the media, right? There was a point in time where black people felt like unseen by the media, and that the media wasn't getting a proper representation of all it is to be a black person, right? So yeah, sure. Maybe white men are being demonized now. Okay, great. I won't push back against that. White men are being demonized now, but. Like, you cannot. My problem is just with you saying that before things were perfect because things were natural. I would say that it was not simply. Sorry. All right. Let me ignore the perfect. Yeah, I'm going to take back the perfect. I'll take it back. That before things were better at the very least, right? Things were better in the pre-2014 era because things were natural. I'm saying it wasn't so natural. There was a message being pushed then, a message you agreed with, so it wasn't a lecture to you.
No,
but for other people,
it was playing into stereotypes that weren't always the case.
There was absolutely media where a message was being pushed, but it wasn't at the expense of someone else. So like a great example of this would be the film White Men Can't Jump, right? Like it was playing off of the cultural clash between Black Americans and white Americans, and how sometimes there can be a divide, a racial divide between those people, and stereotypes about both of these individuals. And they had racial issues. They got into arguments. They almost got into fights throughout the movie. And then throughout the movie, there was a healing process where both of them began to understand their cultures a little bit better, come together and be able to have like the classic sports movie ending, right? Where they were able to profit and be great friends because of this. Now that is absolutely a message that is like that even if it came out today, because there's so much of it, I think probably a lot of people would say that it was woke, right? There's no doubt about it because people have.
It did come out today. They wokeified it.
Well,
they did a remake,
making a prequel, making a remake
with Jack Harlow.
Change the fucking story. Pause. Making it where you put in today's political messaging, right? Is making my point, not actually going against my point, right? The reason that but you didn't see conservatives then. Maybe there were some that were like, how dare they try and push black people existing? Now next they'll want fucking race mixing with my daughters.
What about We Are the Titans?
But it is
fixed racism in the South.
It's not at the expense of white people. It's not telling white people that they're problems because of their existence. Instead, what it is it's telling stories of other people and putting them into the cultural mainstream. And it's about this concept of getting rid of racism, getting rid of focusing on skin color, coming together as Americans, even though we have different backgrounds and we're different people, that's okay. What we have today is a push where it is ham-fisted, where you must accept my identity and you're the problem.
I can agree that the messages today are not balanced. Great. I agree.
They're all that we believe in this house yard signs, right? Like every show has become that.
Sure. Let's move on. Spirited discussion.
Topic, right?
Yeah.
Let's talk about the totally non-woke topic that we have coming up next.
Absolutely, the non-woke.
Okay. Yes, we are going to move on from DEI here in just a second.
My mic is okay. You guys can hear me okay?
Yes, it's actually louder now.
You
may have fixed it to be a little louder,
Yeah, thanks so much. Okay. Hello all. This is our roundtable, which we have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. We've got a great group of guests here. Yeah. Hold on, I think our other person is here. Let's see if we can let them in. So thanks all for being here. That was
Ghosty's in a different room of her house.
That was intense. Let's move on. But first, guys, if you like that discussion, right? Consider supporting the channel. Subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. We do need your help, right? There's an ad breaking process. So I'm going to repeat that in 20 seconds. Well, while we're doing it, you know what? We'll just do introductions. Hey, Lagtoid, stranger. How are you doing today, friend?
I'm doing okay. All right. I'm angry at the system. The system has been keeping my people down, Prime. Okay. And I'm here to speak up and speak out. That's what I'm here to do. So I really appreciate you lending your platform to me to do such things. And I'm looking forward to this conversation. Thanks.
I'm looking forward to creating a space where white men can finally get their say. Finally.
Thank you so much. It's been long enough. Thank you.
It's been since 2014. It's been since 2014, actually.
Well, I mean, probably since 2014.
For his life since 2014.
It's probably since 2014, since white people may have been either overrepresented or at a representation, because now it's underrepresentation. But
okay, thank you. All right. Well, I'm here to change that. Right?
You're doing your part. You're an ally, Prime.
I'm an ally. Look at all the white men I have on screen, right? Okay. That's just the way it should be.
Is Ollie white? Ollie, what do you?
This is a more.
I'm half white. I consider myself, white in the winter.
Are you half
tan
white?
in the
No,
summer.
you're not half white.
According to the census demographics.
Look at this. Everyone's heart stopped. What?
Look at all the white individuals here, right? This, I think, is a more natural balance, right? The way things used to be, right? But I appreciate you, Lacto. Shout out to you, friend. Scott, thanks for being here.
Yeah, I am. I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. You can find me on YouTube or X, predominantly. I'm just happy to be here, and to kind of echo what Lactoid said. I'm happy that we have a safe space to be who we are, or as the cast and interviewers of the Wicked show said. I'm happy to be here and hold power here and find my voice in holding my power here and capturing that and maintaining that. As a proud member of the white community. So definitely come check me out. If you want to learn about libertarianism or politics from a white person's perspective, because politics from a white person's perspective is so hard to find these days, especially bearded, overweight white men.
You're part brown.
We love our bearded, overweight
Twitch politics community. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, shout out to you. You don't. I don't know. I don't see you stand up, so I don't know if you're overweight. You look. I don't know. You look good. Is what I'm saying. I don't know.
I mean, I'm on the cusp.
Scott, how many pairs of cargo shorts do you own? All right, I want to know how white you are.
I don't own any.
Wow.
What?
It's mostly sweatpants and then jeans and khakis when I need them.
Okay, that's pretty white. All right.
Yeah, that's American.
He's ready to buy his first
t-shirts. A lot of t-shirts from the same company because I'm 6'5" and 270 pounds. So not a lot of clothing that fits me.
Thank you, friend.
Definitely ready for your first Corvette.
Go on.
You need her the New Balance, bro.
Our friend Corey's where the wokeness begins, right? Because half white, half Chinese, right? That not the way it used to be, like before we just had a lot of.
I'm kidding.
Exactly. You just have things used to be more pure. Things aren't pure anymore, and the way it used to be. I don't know, right?
Yeah.
But still,
back when the only media representation of halfus and happas and what other term there is for it was just the women, right? Like whatever happened to the half white, half Asian men? Right? They love a hot half Asian, half white woman fucking
yeah, they do
all day long. But like whatever happened to the representation for the sons instead of just the daughters of those interracial relationships?
This is where the woke begins. But we still love you anyway, Corey. Despite your sins, right? We love you anyway, Corey.
Yeah, my inborn sins. I'm doing well, and I'm always grateful to be here. And I'm already super entertained for a variety of reasons. I do find it interesting, at least for me. It's a lot of talk about masculine and feminine. I do find it interesting that a certain someone sees a woman with like a job and opinions, and they're like triggered, and like they act like a snowflake. That seems pretty feminine to me, but that's just my opinion. But you can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube is Corey Campbell. Already having fun and looking forward to even more.
Well, you see, you get to have that, Pam, because you're a man, and we can accept that, right? If you're a girl, then you'd be like, being awfully, you're kind of boss bitchy here, right? That'd be the response.
Hold on. But, he's still half Asian, right? So he's still got to confine to the model minority, okay?
That's true.
You better fucking
pipe
down and fucking
be a bit more submissive.
Piano.
That makes sense.
Don't worry.
Okay. Let's go. We're gonna go clockwise this time. All right. So we're gonna go to our friend Katja. Katja, thanks for being here and being fantastic. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I'm glad to be here. As representation for the masculine women with opinions and high testosterone, I guess. So I mean, if everybody
beat me up the entire time, yeah,
absolutely through the screen.
Anemic, all right, pause. All right, like you're definitely as feminine as it comes. There you go.
That's true. I actually, I do have a genetic reason why my body does not keep iron. So, yeah, I am very anemic.
Shout out to you. Let's go to our friend Ghosty. Thanks for being here, Ghosty. From her disco room. Right, like
rave room or something.
Her rave room. This is her. That's a better word. Her rave room.
Her rave room.
This is her roll room, right? Is what it is.
She, but we appreciate you being here, Ghosty.
Can you hear me? Okay.
It's okay. It's okay. Is what I would call it.
Better.
You might be using your laptop mic.
Yeah, you might be using. Yeah, that's probably it. Yeah.
It's like it's not even plugged in.
But we still hear you. So get your opening.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I fucked up, and I'm sad I missed the beginning of this thing because it sounded like a really fun conversation. But I'm stupid. But I'm here now, so thanks.
I'm glad you're here. Our friend Ali, right, who catfished me, right? I thought he might have been half white for a second, right? Very much disappointed. Been trying to get my numbers up with the white.
So I mean, like, yeah, I'm about to say I'm Lebanese, so there's French in me somewhere.
I'm significantly Lebanese, and you don't notice. You know why? Because it blends in with all the other white.
Yeah, so I go by sociologic. Yes, Lebanese, Muslim. So yeah, the French had to help, had a little help with the white. Although I do fill out, check out the little white form on all taxes and loan papers because I am using whatever white privilege comes with it. It's come to my benefit.
Better off not doing.
It's been to my benefit.
No, it has not been. You don't know what you've been missing out on, buddy.
Middle Eastern's not a category on a lot of those forms.
That part too.
Asian.
I'm white by proxy.
by proxy, boy. That's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, like the place I used to live in,
the term you're looking for is actually called white adjacent. That would be the CRT term for you, buddy.
Yeah, the place I used to live in, the census was like, everybody here is white, but like there was like mostly Palestinians.
I've told you, Fabian, I'm too dumb to be indoctrinated into these ideologies.
Last but not least. Last but not least, we have a new friend here, Grid One, who comes to us by way of Scott's community, and Scott, very kindly, very very nicely asked me to hit up Grid One, who's been trying to contact me, but I'm a mess. Anyway, to get him on, and we had a nice conversation, Grid and I, previously. Very happy to have him here. Grid, please tell the audience about yourself.
Yeah, I am just started streaming about a year ago. Well, about January last year, and I've been doing pretty okay, I guess. I do mostly political commentary with some lifestyle sort of things going on. It's an erratic show sometimes. I had Scott on as a guest. He was really great. Hadn't had an ANCAP on before, so that was great. That was really interesting.
Very much.
But I've had an anarcho-Christian on. I've had all kinds of. I don't really care. So it's I know that you want to have another token white man. Unfortunately, I'm only mostly token white man. I'm also Cherokee as well. Oh. So unfortunately, I break your streak yet again. So I do apologize, but I do play a white man on TV. So,
okay. Oh, thank you for that.
You can find me on YouTube at An Unreasonable Man, which is a Grid One Motorsports on YouTube, and that's pretty much. And I do the other stuff too. I just don't take it as seriously as YouTube.
Fair enough. Thanks so much for joining us. We're very excited to have new people on and to hear their opinions on these stuff. All right, and just because you were on commercials before, hey guys, consider supporting the channel. Swayado supported by giving us 300 bits like an hour ago.
You said it so passively, like, I don't know, like an hour ago, whatever.
I could say you're slipping. You're slipping.
Oh my
Hey,
god.
the man. Well, he's saying he hasn't re-upped in a while. It's been an hour now.
Yeah, exactly. So guys, consider supporting the channel. So you don't get any more ad breaks, right? So you get our emotes. We do need your help. So if out there, we got a lot of you out there who aren't subbed. Consider subbing to the channel so I can bring you this content. If you're on YouTube, you can, of course, you use a super chat, and we'll read the super chat. I've been looking out for super chats, but yeah, I guess super chat, and we'll respond to our super chat. It's a huge help to the community. So if you're out there, you haven't subbed, or you used to be subbed, you haven't subbed in a while, consider subbing to the channel, supporting us so that we can continue on, right? But we do need your help out there. The month is almost over. We don't have many subs at all, so consider supporting the community. All right. Let's go. All right. Yeah. The topic is Republican U.S. Representative Nancy Mace has proposed a rule in the House that would ban trans women from using congressional female bathrooms. This rule has been approved by Speaker of the House Mike Johnson. This comes after Sarah McBride, the first openly trans person to be elected to that office, has garnered media attention. After all this time, are trans women in female bathrooms really an issue still worth discussing? Have you seen significant evidence that would make you believe that these people are a danger to cis women? And how would you enforce such a bill? So, yeah, I mean, the story is pretty simple. Nancy Mace, she has gotten quite a lot of media attention now because she's put forth this bill, and it's we've had back and forth with AOC about this and others in the media, but yeah, like the Sarah McBride will still be able to use some bathrooms, like there's like a bathroom in her office that she can use, but like the general congressional bathrooms, apparently she can't. They're marked female, and does this make sense? So let's start with Lacto, guys. Let's keep the opening statements quick because we got to jump into it. So.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I think that if you're going to have gender segregated bathrooms in the first place, it would make sense to have them be on some kind of basis. Otherwise, you should probably just get rid of them. My understanding is the building that is in reference to, everybody has their own bathroom, and there's a lot of unisex bathrooms. And so if you're going to have like a few of them that are gender segregated for whatever purpose, I think it makes sense to have them be cis exclusive. Makes sense.
Thank you, Scott.
Yeah. So this is an incredibly minor issue in terms of the consequences of the policy itself, whilst a major issue in terms of the culture war. And that's why I think it's such an interesting position here, because from a standpoint of like the people involved in this bill, it affects essentially no one, right? There's one representative that it affects, and she has her own private bathroom, and they also have unisex bathrooms there, right? So it is purely a political statement. And so the question becomes, well, why is this political statement being done? I think that there's kind of two things going on here. One, obviously, there is a fight that needs to be had at a cultural level on what is a woman. The left can't tell you, and the left cannot define it in any possible way. And they are doing what they can to subvert gender and subvert language itself, most of whom kind of don't really know it. But queer theory is ultimately a Marxian destructive philosophy that is designed to help bring about revolution and destroy capitalism. That is what it is at its core. And so these little culture war fights become kind of back and forth places. The second thing, and a big problem here, is that I don't agree with this strategy in any way, shape, or form. One, it gives massive amounts of ammunition for left-wing activists to just go look at this person who's freaking out over nothing. Look, she looks like a demon, and she kind of does in some of her photos. But also she just looks like she's being a cunt for no reason over like one person that is like trying to govern. And furthermore, the moment you start saying the government ought regulate bathrooms is the same problem with Title IX, right? It's that when they wrote Title IX, obviously they didn't see the issue, but Title IX is the very same legislation that is being utilized to force trans women into sports, is because they gave the purview of bathroom policing to the government. And it's like, well, what happens when the left gains power in that regard? Well, then they just reverse it and they make it illegal for you to be able to stop trans people from going in one bathroom or the other. The only appropriate answer to this is to instill private property rights so that private businesses and people can enforce whatever rules they want on bathrooms. And then what we can do at that point is we can boycott and get away from places where, they have decided to create these spaces that should be safe spaces for women, but instead are places that predators can simply walk into because they say so.
It's a government building, though, Scott.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we should get rid of the government, right? Like,
okay, all right. My bad. Yeah.
Congress building.
Lactoid.
Public property.
You haven't seen a theme yet, Lactoid?
Scott and government is like you and taxes, Lactoid. You just got to get rid of it.
Public property is a contradiction. That's why we have
sure, yeah, fair enough.
The Capitol building owned by Exxon, which not too far from the truth already. Let's go to Corey.
I'll try to keep it actually brief, but I'd say it is funny. Lactoid now finding out why maybe Scott calls him a socialist. True revelation. But I do agree with elements of what Scott said of like this seems to be, from what I could tell, like a person trying to make an issue because they could probably like gain some sort of like traction or clout from it, and it seems to be largely targeted, almost literally or actually literally at like one person. And all that to say is like, this is like a non-issue. I'm not in favor of like passing that legislation. I'm largely in favor of solving this problem architecturally. Of like, my former institution did it. University, it's a hallway of like single stalls that anybody can use. I don't see why that can be implemented on a wider scale. I'll leave it there for now.
Okay, thank you. And we'll continue going out, I guess, clockwise. Katja?
Yeah, so I feel like this is, as we've all kind of said, as far as like Corey and Scott, that this is kind of like a big, like, well-to-do over nothing, and Nancy Mace is being a bit ridiculous here. But I mean, I think this is just a continuation of a long line of like this trans obsession coming from the right that's been absolutely crazy, where we've been, creating policies and talking day in and day out over shit that affects only a few people, and kind of taking up airtime that could be used on things that actually affect the majority of Americans. And I mean, that kind of is a good like analogy, the whole situation with this congresswoman in question, because you know what, she's there for Delaware. She said that very well, that she's there to represent her constituents in Delaware, which is why, she said that whatever, I guess, the rules are, she'll go along with them because she is there for her constituents. Which, I mean, I feel like is kind of the attitude that, we'd want our congresspeople to have, that first and foremost, they're there to represent us. But it seems as though a lot of these ones, such as Nancy Mace, are more concerned about this political game than they are about their constituents, wherever they may be. I don't know where she's a representative of, but, I digress.
Kirsty.
Okay, can you hear me better now? Too loud, too quiet?
No, good.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, I think the predators in females' bathrooms thing is absolutely ridiculous. If somebody wants to harm you, whether it be a man, a woman, a trans person, a little sign of a stick figure of somebody isn't going to stop them from hurting you. No matter what gender person you are, when you're like in a bathroom or somewhere private or somewhere where you're like more vulnerable, you should be careful around all people. I've been robbed in a female bathroom from another female who wasn't trans. So, I don't know. I just think this is really silly. I don't see this as like a big issue of like trans women attacking women in bathrooms. I agree with like Corey's idea. I think it would be safer, especially like for children, like family and children, for bathrooms to have just like single stalls, like a whole row of like single stalls for people. I think that would be safer for everybody in general. But I don't see the danger of like trans people in bathrooms at all. I think it's really silly.
So much. And sociologic.
So passing legislation and her doing that is it's a political it's a clout grab. We've all been saying it, whatever. I don't think it has to be a danger. I think people can like just be honest and be like, hey, they don't believe that trans women are women, and they don't want men, like what they perceive as men, in the bathroom with women. It doesn't have to be like so deep as like predatorial or whatever. Because you're like, to Ghostie's point, like she's right, saying that like trans women can't go into the women's bathroom isn't going to prevent a predator from going in there and like fucking shit up, like doing whatever they want to do. But like there is something to be said that like there is a whole side or a whole half of people that feel uncomfortable and their voices aren't being heard. So as an ally to the LGBTQ I plus community, like it is like it's still like you need to understand that like for cisgendered people, for straight people, like yeah, there is a concern for them. They maybe it's just uncomfortability, and it is something that like we do need to like allow them to say without it having to be predatorial for it to be like a reason that they don't want someone in their like locker room or the bathroom or with their children, whatever it may be.
Good one.
Yeah. Okay. So actually, I had a bunch of discussion about this today with a few people, and it's an interesting conversation to have. First of all, I did not know this, but there are actually unisex bathrooms in the government building that they are banning trans people from female bathrooms. So that makes it a non-issue, other than just a political one to put out in the press. If there's a non-gendered bathroom, that's where the people who are confused can go. And so I don't have a strong feeling anymore about it. To me, the issue's moot as far as whether or not I feel like it should be allowed or not allowed, because there's no clash here. There's no reason. As far as the danger aspect of it, I can absolutely understand why any woman would not want to be in the same room with a male of any size, shape, and or form. While they're doing their business at their most vulnerable, I could absolutely understand that. I'm not a woman, so I can't speak to their issues better than that. But you're never going to be able to convince me as a man that if I walk into a restroom, regardless of what I look like, being a male with a swinging dick is not going to be a problem for that woman. I just got to be honest with you. What happens if, whoops, I slip and my wedding tackle comes out? Well, all of a sudden, I'm sorry, he's cracking me up. Blacktoy, come on, man.
When you're in the bathroom and
wedding
just
tackle.
like genitals just come
Never
out,
heard of
I'm
that
sure
before.
we've all been there.
Yeah,
that was great.
Sorry, go ahead.
God bless.
It's okay.
It's a compliment grid one.
I thought he was going to die. At any rate, I feel like that. Unfortunately, Katya, that's actually happened. People have had that happen where a female who they thought was a male has gone into a restroom and turned out to, or pardon me, a male that they thought was a female has gone into a restroom and shockingly, their penis was exposed, and that has resulted in
random. Or are we talking about a scenario in which it was one of the rare instances in which somebody was being predatory? Are we talking about?
I'm sorry. I thought I was really clear. It has happened. I'm not aware of the circumstances. I didn't write down a dissertation on it. I'm just telling you it has happened. It's you can go look it up if you feel the need to.
Did they survive?
My question was on accident or on.
It's the opening.
I'm sorry. See, I didn't think survival was necessary to get out of an SA charge. So the next time a man's SA is a woman, we can just say, well, she survived. No harm, right? No harm, no foul. Come on, Katya, get
indecent exposure. I didn't say that. I never said that.
We will go back to you. Katya, we'll go. Katya. We will go to you as soon after. But we want to make sure that Good One has gotten through his opening statement. Did you get everything out? Good One.
But yeah, and I think what was the third part of the prompt?
And would you be? How would you be able to enforce such a bill?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't think there's a need for the bill per se, because there are unisex restrooms, and also they have restrooms in their private offices, so it kind of becomes a non-issue. Do I think women should be concerned? Yes, I do. And do I think that? No, I don't remember what the third prompt was. That's okay. But I don't really I don't see a problem with it, and I don't see why it's a big deal. Other than that, it's a way to get some press, and that's okay, because that's what people do in modern times, is they like to troll the internet, and they've created a massive troll for all of America.
Thank you. All right, gotcha. You can respond, and then Ghosty and anyone else who wants to. Ollie?
No, okay. So I'm just basically, what I have to say about this is just a lot of kind of, I like to give, kind of more logistics arguments on things sometimes. Yeah, here's my big question is, how are you supposed to, if we're talking about bathroom bills in general and not just this one exact thing that affects one person of whom everybody knows who it is and knows what she looks like. If we're talking about bathroom bills in general, how do we expect to kind of enforce this upon random people? I mean, it seems kind of real difficult here, unless there's something that's out of the norm and people go, oh my gosh, other than that, if we're talking about enforcing this, I just don't know how that's going to happen.
It's really simple, right? When, for example, in the state of Virginia, it's a felony charge if you have drugs plus a gun together, right? Well, cops aren't going to every single fucking car on the highway and being like, you got drugs and a gun? You got drugs and a gun? No, they pull you over for speeding. Right? They pull you over for failure to yield. They come up with some bullshit to pull you over, whatever, right? Or you were doing some other illegal act, and then because of the investigation into that illegal act, they discover other things. The same thing could absolutely be said about a transgender bathroom situation. You wouldn't have police officers checking the genitalia of every single fucking person that goes into a bathroom. I understand that, but you would make it a law, right? So that when, let's say, like the Wee Spa controversy, right, where 4 women and a very young underage girl were subjected to a man that flashed his penis at the spa and was enjoying flashing his penis at the spa, but it's like, but I'm a woman, even though they had already been convicted in 2002 and in 2003 of indecent exposure, and they were a registered sex offender since 2006, and then again convicted for failing to register in 2008, right? When you pick that person up, you go, oh, okay, well, there's this other thing. Right,
but it doesn't
stack additional charges on it because it increases.
If I may,
that doesn't make anything "quote unquote" safer.
It doesn't. No, that's not true. That's not true. To say that making something illegal only prevents it if you have cops enforcing it in that moment is bullshit. There is a deterrence aspect to all forms of crime, number one. And number two, this concept of it doesn't actually prevent anything because, if a dude in a dress comes in, that a dude will go
if somebody's assaulting people or flashing in bathrooms, that's illegal.
No, it's bullshit. It's absolutely
bullshit. How are they
And
flashing in a bathroom?
Listen,
if you walk into the bathroom and somebody's in there and start whipping it out, no matter what you have, that's indecent exposure.
Right. Pause. Yeah, here's the thing. If I am a female in the bathroom and a guy that's clearly a guy in a dress walks in, now, because of this forced social acceptance, I have to be okay with that. I have to be in this space and do what it is that I'm doing. And now, instead of me immediately screaming and being like, hey, get out, and other people hearing and being like, hey, there's a dude in here, this is the girl's bathroom, get out. Now, all of a sudden, a dude can just put on a dress, and immediately the woman is like, ooh, should I say anything? Will I end up on Facebook or Twitter as like a Karen if I say something? And now a man gets to go from the doorway all the way to right where where you are, potentially right by your stall. Now, yes, is this as bad as gun violence in Chicago? Fucking no. Is this a thing that's happening all across America in droves and thousands? No. But the concept that there is no safety issue whatsoever because predators just do predatory things could literally be utilized on any form of laws that you have in the country. It's ridiculous.
Well, that's an argument that people use.
Hold on. One thing. So one thing that the laws don't work because the UK. I looked into this. The UK actually has a law that says you can go into a transitioning male that is presented as female for X amount of time and has been interviewed and gets a card can use a female restroom. However, men that don't have those cards still use the restrooms and they still have problems, exactly what Scott is describing. And it is a problem, when
then
you're
talking about a social. You're not talking about a legal issue.
That's because they're too busy locking people up for mean tweets against the Islamic community, right? Like the police have a job to do, and that's breaking down doors at 4 a.m. and saying, "Oh, it seems on Twitter you said that these Pakistani flags are disgusting. Off to jail with you." Right, like the police are a little busy protecting.
They arrested a mentally
protecting rapists, not going after them.
They arrested like a mentally challenged 18-year-old for posting Snoop Dogg lyrics. I mean, they are absolutely like off the hook after the last couple years. It's been crazy.
Off the hook, dog.
And so, did Lactoid get to do his opening? Did I just miss it? I'm sorry.
You missed it. Mine was really short. I think I'm the only. I think I'm
short.
I think I'm the only one here. That, like, I understand it's probably mostly for political reasons, and I think it's probably more to like send a message of like this is more of a standard of we stand against the trans gender question. I think that's probably a lot of it. But like again, on principle here, if you're gonna have gender segregated bathrooms, like it would make sense to, as long as there's alternatives, which there are, right? There's a unisex bathroom for anybody, and every person has their own bathroom. Just generally, are you guys in favor of abolishing gender segregated bathrooms? And if you're not,
I am, yeah.
Okay, we got one person. Are the rest of you?
Because for the most part, I mean, it depends.
I'm not.
How can you be in favor
of abolishing them? But I am. But I do think that is the right solution: is to just switch to unisex.
I think that would be I think that would be the only, like, for somebody, if you're in favor of allowing trans women to use men's restrooms and vice versa, the only solution I think that makes any sense is just abolish gender segregation in bathrooms entirely.
I think they've been doing so the entire fucking time.
It's not just limited to bathrooms.
People just didn't make a huge deal out of it because here's the thing. A lot of the times you can't tell. People act like, I mean, Nancy Mace specifically did as well, act like you can always tell and everybody knows, everybody's whatever from sight. Yeah, that doesn't really, we can name outlier cases all day and night, but that's not it.
Yeah,
I mean, we can name outlier cases.
That's a really open-ended.
We can name all the outlier cases.
Trans people 10 years ago are not the same thing as trans people today, and to act like that.
A lot of them are, absolutely.
No, yes, yeah, absolutely. 20 years ago, if you were a trans person and you were taking hormone replacement therapy and you were in this category that you say, which is a typical person that passes, right? Then what you went through, right? And I've interviewed plenty of them. I've spoken to plenty of people that were around during that time. I've looked at the research. I've gone through it in depth, right? These people had to have persistent, non-desisting gender dysphoria for years and years. They had to go through a minimum of 20 sessions before they could make sure that they ruled out anything. There was not a push by the ACA, the APA, and the AMA and WPATH to completely abolish standards around gender dysphoria. They treated it as a mental disorder and made sure that they went through every avenue of being able to help these people before they went through transition. That is not the same thing as a boom in people that are just self-IDing, that are gender fluid or 700 other xeno fucking pronouns.
So this has nothing to do with what I'm saying. You're talking about a different thing.
I want to.
Not talking about a different thing.
But let's. I do want to give other people a chance to quickly answer Lactoid's question. I don't know if abolishing gendered bathrooms would be very feasible, only because I don't know, there's probably a term for it, but I don't know. Yeah, it seems like The group bathrooms with like that's segregated by the stalls, right? That's gendered the way we have it, right? Male and female. That's like a very efficient use of space and plumbing in a building, and like replacing them with individual like doors, like that would be difficult to get the same throughput. That'd be very difficult. So I don't see how we could do that logistically.
The left magically becomes fiscally conservative.
Well, no, hold on. So I think this is actually a kind of a strong point, which is that like I'm sorry, but like the existence of urinals is more cost effective and more space effective.
They're disgusting, though.
I think
it's gross. I don't know why
you're saying they're gross. I think urinals are fine. Why are they gross?
You're there for 30 seconds.
It's extremely masculine.
You think a lot of things are gross that other people don't agree with being gross. So I mean, you know what?
Sure,
I feel like everybody is
maybe you
different.
guys. Yeah, you're right. Maybe you guys just have this thing where you just think it's gross. That's understandable. Whatever. I don't think it's gross.
Lacto, when you enter and exit a public bathroom, do you touch the door handle?
I wash my hands before I use the bathroom, and then I use
urinal's fine though.
Well,
you look that up.
No. Hear me out. So I go and use the I wash my hands at the sink first, and then I usually go to the urinal, right? And I'm not touching any. In fact, I'm having less contact with like a stall door or like a toilet lid or anything when I'm using the urinal, and so I don't have to touch anything. And then I just pee in the urinal, and then I wash my hands again, take the paper towel, and then use the paper towel to open the door. And then keep the door propped open with my foot while I throw away the paper towel and then leave. That's what I do every single time.
We love a hygienic king.
That's solid.
Sure. That's what I do every single.
Your hands before you touch.
I said yes. I wash my hands before and after. Yes, I don't want to touch I don't want to get like STDs in my hand and touch my dick or whatever. Because people are touching their dick when they're using the bathroom. Maybe it's like herpes or whatever. I don't fucking know. But that's just my thing.
Would be useful here.
Okay,
but
wait.
Thank you.
Again, it's a lot of it has to. A lot of it's also like feeling.
I've seen my dick's clean. Pivots, and nobody has said why or how people are supposed to tell.
I want to finish my point to Prime real quick.
I think you're kind of painting people into like a weird space where they're going to tell you they can most of the time can tell.
Yeah, I mean
you're painting them into a weird space, and
that's one discussion where it's like 95% of the time or whatever. But when we're talking, I think the broader question is like.
Not if you're factoring
in. Guys.
Real quick. I wanted to say, like, the efficiency argument aside, I think the reason for the pushback, and I think there's especially been much more of a pushback as of like the last couple months, even like maybe the last year, to the trans question specifically, as opposed to like all of 2023, 2022, and 2021, and probably even before then too, is because I think that there is a inherent march towards gender abolition that comes with the question of transgenderism. And there are people who see gender as like some kind of like socially, as a social structure that has some utility, whether it be for like cultural or religious purposes. And they have sort of learned, like as time's gone on, they've sort of realized that the end result of this is gender abolition. It's the complete like breakdown of like gender segregation and gender definition. And they don't want that. And so this is part of reinforcing that separation. Like that's why this has become a big deal. And this is why people have such a big deal with it, right? This is why Mace is getting protested and heckled at like her talk. She just recently gave a talk in like technology, for example, and she was heckled by a trans person in the audience, right? The reason people care about it is very specifically because she's trying to reinforce this distinction and reinforce the concept and the existence of gender, which I think that a lot of the people against her don't like the concept. They want to abolish the concept of gender and want to abolish the segregation entirely.
Yeah, you can't.
So I want to let Ghosty
say the bill doesn't matter and then protest her against it.
I want to go to Ghosty then Ali.
A lot of those people aren't saying that the bill doesn't matter as far as like social consequences. They mean it doesn't matter literally.
It'll go.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Sorry, we kind of
the Ghosty of Florida. Go ahead.
That's my point.
Sorry, Ghosty, please.
You just repeat what I say and then like act
go,
like
go, Ghosty,
Ghosty. It's hilarious.
Gods, Ghosty. If your room doesn't look like a brave, then I want to hear from you. Go ahead, Ghosty.
Well, that.
So.
Nope.
And now she freezes on us. Ghosty.
Yeah. So
is that just me?
Timing. No, it was for all of us.
Okay, Ghosty. Sorry. Try it again, friend.
Wait, can you hear me?
Now we can.
Sorry. Fuck. Hold on. What were we? Oh my god! Now I kind of forget what we were talking about.
It's whatever your point was. You had a point to make.
Nancy,
I know,
you were agreeing with me. Just go ahead. You'll be good.
What was the last? Just keep going. I'll jump in when I remember. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, no problems, friend. Ali.
So like, this is gonna track back to Lactoid's point, so we will get back into it with Katya. So I think the problem with the left, and like, I typically have leaned more left. The problem with the left is this small group of leftist progressive like atheists, right? And honestly, it's just like, no, not everyone is that minority group. Not everyone is that. I think they forget that there's a group of people like within the left, within the right, that are just like normal, average kind of like religious people that don't believe in the whole like abolition of gender thing. So like, I work in a spa massage therapist. I've done yoga. Like I've had session like yoga, like teachers approach me where they want to do like a woman's yoga class where it has like massage involved. But because we live in like Dearborn, Detroit, there are a lot of like Muslim people. And so like Muslim women coming in and wearing hijab, it doesn't matter if you're a trans woman or you're like identifies woman, whatever it may be. In their mind, it is male, and it is a male that's viewing them, and then they can't now they're omitted from the space for being females that can't be seen by males. And so it's more than just like the bathroom or predatory. It is like cultural. Like there are people who believe in gender, have like purposes for gender, and then they can't just have it be abolished just because a small group of people want it to be.
Doesn't transgender stuff kind of like reaffirm gender more?
Yeah. A lot of gender abolitionists actually kind of go against what many may consider to be quote unquote transgender ideology or whatever the heck, because they feel like it reinforces gender, as Ghosty just said. So
yeah, that like before I was like educated and like talked to like trans people like about this shit, I was kind of like, it kind of bothered me because I was like, oh, you're kind of reinforcing gender more. Like what about like looking like a woman or acting like a woman makes you more like a woman? And then I like talked to them and realized it was like much deeper than that, obviously. So, but like I feel like it kind of like reinforces gender more. You're kind of like separating.
Except it eliminates the fact that like you're looking at the person and
right. And I'm sure the psychosis goes really deeply. However, just because you can cross-dress convincingly doesn't make you a woman. That's not how that works.
Hilarious.
I like.
Now we're going into the definitions and stuff.
I liked what Ali had said, though I don't think he can hear me now. I like what Ali had said because it's interesting. I think, and I'm surprised our conservative friends didn't latch on to this, because this is like the exact type of conundrum they like to put forward to liberals, right? Identity politics liberals. What he said is that, within these spaces, right, there may be Muslim women who want to like participate in the activities, right, and maybe like get a massage or something. But if they have a trans woman individual working on them, then they're going to consider that being a male, right? And so, like, I feel like this is a perfect thing for conservative liberals to say that. Yeah, like either you're Islamophobic or you're transphobic here, right? And so, which one?
I'm gonna take it even deeper though. Like, I think it's great. Like, I think it's wild. I think even though it's sort of a meme,
I think on the oppression hierarchy.
I think the Islamophobic argument would have way more traction than I think another very like would it also not be Christophobic or whatever the equivalent is,
Christo.
Right? Yeah, like I'm sure. Like, look. I mean, the Bible's pretty clear about this. Like, the gender thing is like dictated by God. It's not like something that we come up with, according to the Bible, right? And so,
does it say against trans individuals? I don't think the Bible has anything to say about trans individuals.
I'm sure I could find something.
Exist.
Yeah,
they did exist at that point.
I mean, they existed.
Yeah. Okay, Adam and Eve, like, wasn't the whole thing like the woman come from the rib, and that's like there's like a specified order to things. I'm pretty sure. Like, I haven't read the Bible in a very long time. I'll go back and see if I can.
Wait, so Eve is transgender?
That there's a lot of shit in there that nobody follows.
Yeah, sure. Like, I'll ask like the head of the Catholic Church and the Orthodox. I'll look up all the leaders of the various religious institutions and see what their ideas are on trans politics. I think you actually might get more tolerance from like Iran and like the Shia Muslims on this, because I'm pretty sure Iran mandates that if you're gay, it's like they're so hyper homophobic that they've crossed into like trans acceptance.
Sorry, wait, how so?
So in Iran, if you're gay, they make you become a woman.
Trans.
If you're gay, if you're a man.
Yeah. In Iran, if you're gay, the only acceptable way to do that is to become a woman. So they force you to become trans.
They don't make you, but they don't force you. But basically, here's the thing: if you're engaging in a homosexual relationship, right, then you very likely could be publicly executed by the morality police. But they, for whatever reason, don't feel this way about trans people. So there are people that are gay that transition in Iran because they know that they can engage in what would essentially be
being in a gay relationship,
sex,
hetero,
right, and things like that. And they don't have to worry about being thrown off a rooftop or stoned to death, because like for whatever reason Iran is somewhat willing to accept that they have transitioned to a woman and that they're willing to fulfill the role of woman.
That's wild. I did not know this. I don't know how. It's wild. This. Wow.
But regardless,
so Iran. This is why Iran, for two reasons. This is why, one, research from Iran shows that over 80% of all transgender individuals in Iran have cluster B personality disorders, whereas like in every other place, it's somewhere between like 35 to 60% are genuine narcissists or ASPD or usually covert vulnerable narcissists. Right, like these kind of really, really, really bad personality disorders that are extremely destructive towards anyone that they meet or come in contact with. That's a slight majority in the West, but in like Iran, like all of their research is like 80-85%.
I'm gonna call complete bullshit on that.
No, he's right on the cluster B stuff.
I wouldn't say I would, because a lot of those, here's the thing, a lot of those you have a really difficult time even getting diagnosed with those unless you have a criminal history. And if we're going to say that...
False. Nope. Just look into the research yourself. I've gone through it in depth. There's tons and tons of research, and
there's
trans
a lot
community
of research on it.
Is actually the easiest demographic you could possibly study of all demographics. And the reason for that is in many of the countries where they do these, Italy is one example, right? In order to be able to legally have their socialized healthcare pay for androgen therapy or hormone replacement therapy, and then like maybe later progesterone if you're male to female, right? You have to go to these clinics. So it has a 100% catch bias for anyone who medically transitions, because there is no like selection bias, whereas in most research there tends to be some level of selection bias, like it's college students or it's people that needed $20 that weekend, or there's right, like it's very, very difficult to get a true random group of individuals from demographic, whereas with trans research, it's actually the easiest research to conduct.
You don't think that they might be more likely to diagnose people with those personality disorders, at least in certain countries?
It's not post hoc study. I'm talking about studies where they subjected individuals to assessments that are designed to catch cluster B personality disorders, right? And then compared them to the control, and they came in, and there is no selection bias, right?
Yeah.
It is essentially.
Can you send me the study? I want to see it.
I have some of it saved as well. Yeah. I remember looking into it because I had a conversation with Scott, and I looked into it, and it is like the rates of cluster B among trans people specifically is incredibly high compared to the general population. Like it's not even close.
The problem here is it's a chicken and egg scenario, right? Because the question is, do they legitimately have cluster B personality disorder? Because most of them are like non-symptomatic or non-type, right? Because it can be difficult to nail down histrionic versus NPD versus BPD versus ASPD, because they kind of have overlap in all of them. My hypothesis, in my opinion, is that it's likely covert vulnerable narcissistic personality disorder, because that seems to match more so, and that is more difficult to test for because it's a fairly new subcategory of NPD. However, it could also, like I said, chicken and egg scenario. It could just be that individuals with gender identity, like confusion and like identity issues, right, show a lot of the symptoms of cluster B, but there's like a false positive mechanism here because they share a ton of similarities with cluster B personality disorder, but don't necessarily have cluster B personality disorder. They have something else, which is their gender dysphoria.
They meet the diagnostic criteria, though.
That makes more sense.
Right, yeah, they meet the diagnostic criteria. So
now, are they also including people who have
either
traits,
they have
or
cluster Bs, or trans people is a mental illness? Like, it's one or the other.
Right. So are they? I like, that's also, now I'm just honestly curious, just in general, because I'm like, is it, people who you're talking about are meeting enough of the criteria to meet the full diagnostic, or are we talking about people who have traits?
So we're talking about well, of course, it's like, if you're trading in the test, right? Obviously, in order to get a proper diagnosis of any mental disorder, you need multiple sessions with a psychotherapist, right, and a desire for the individual with a problem to go see a psychotherapist, right?
Which, of course, obviously is
you can't pull people off of the street and then force them into multiple sessions and get a diagnosis that way, right? Because they're not really forthcoming with that information.
Well, in a communist government, we could.
So obviously they trait, right? Obviously they trait, but the criteria to trait in the way that the tests are putting forward is, it comes down to the individual test, right? Like, this is something that you need to look at the individual tests and things of that nature. But when they're trading, right? But that's not the same thing as being like, I took a dark triad trait and I trait kind of towards psychopathy. It is a trait designed specifically to catch cluster B personality disorders.
So I don't.
It's talking about that.
I want to expand the conversation to get more people involved. So I don't want to just focus on this.
I was just going to say one thing. It goes into my
area of expertise and gets away from the general conversation.
Right. Yeah. I was just going to say that I was just interested in that as well, because of kind of a lot of those. There's specific criteria that if you don't have it, you're straight out. That involves like behavior, like for example.
Before you go into, again, I want to move past this.
I'm not really sure what it has to do with which bathroom they get to use.
I was just curious. I was just curious about the research.
Get away from it. It's fine.
It's fine. So I just want to get more people involved here. So I think we've all acknowledged that we think that Nancy Mace is doing like a stunt, right? So fair enough, right?
And stunt, but fair enough. I mean, it depends.
Well, I mean, like you said, maybe not you said specifically, but others said, mostly it's bathrooms in the Capitol. Right? She's doing for political reasons. That's what I mean, right?
I would say she's doing it for legal definitional reasons, right? Like, so it's not actually about the bathrooms.
It's about
enshrining the fact that a woman is a biological female.
I think she's doing this for attention. I mean, I think she's clearly doing this. But okay, fine, whatever. Maybe she's pure. Maybe she's completely pure.
She wants to bring attention to the issue.
Can do both, right? Like, obviously, she wants.
Yeah, they're not mutually exclusive.
Message and her philosophy.
Okay, that's fine. I don't. That's not the important part of this, right? So okay. So I'm trying to make sure we're expanding this past, the congressional area, right? And it's been said, right? So I've heard some conversation about this, right? And multiple things I've heard. So one, that this is a way to control trans individuals and keep them out of public spaces, right? Because if you can't use the bathroom, it makes things very difficult. There are plenty of trans women who present as female completely, right? That you would not suspect, none of us here would know. And if this became like some sort of national law, it would be very difficult for them because, hey, like, what bathroom am I supposed to use? Am I supposed to go into the male bathroom looking as a female? Right, whether you accept them as female or not, right? Yes, it's a safety issue, exactly, right?
And just like a what the heck issue, is
that the case?
So I think we start crossing over into the area of if you are capable of presenting that convincingly, and you don't make a big deal about it, and who knows? Like, who cares?
What do you mean, who knows? Why do
you need a rule? Why do you need a law?
Exactly.
Well, so it's the same issue as like abortion, right? Right.
No law.
There was a large faction of libertarian-leaning, if you will, conservatives that were perfectly fine with the status quo of abortion because there was a kind of social contract there, right? That didn't necessarily that wasn't necessarily enshrined in law, but was there in terms of living in a high trust society, which was abortions are meant to be safe, legal, and rare. Right. There was a large faction of conservatives that were perfectly fine with the way abortion was because they understood that people weren't going to use abortion as a form of birth control and that abortions weren't going to be this super common thing. And that for the most parts, abortion was going to be used mostly in tragedies.
They were so
right, in
wrong.
Situations where it was right where
people do not
that was the concept.
Always hope for the best.
I don't know where that's from.
Constantly disappointed.
Abortion rates have gone down since then, by the way. So like they were so wrong.
And so, I mean, the idea that people don't use abortion for birth control is just so insanely hilarious that you.
Yeah, the idea that it happens with any regularity, though, is outrageous. Honestly,
I mean, beyond several times a day.
One in four.
Sorry, what is your definition of birth control?
Before we go now, right?
It used to be 1 in 3 women.
Trans people.
No. That 1 in 3 women was a projected stat that never came true. And the 1 in 4
said 1 in 3, and then they changed it to 1 in 4 as abortion rates declined. 1 in 3 was correct.
No,
back in like
it
2010.
wasn't.
Yeah, of course it was.
It was a projected stat.
I mean,
I did not
no
intentionally
threat to your life, and you were not raped.
Okay, so
of abortion is
right, but what if you were using right? I understand that, but when people say they're using it as birth control and you weren't supposed to use it as birth control, they meant like, I don't care, I'm not going to use actual birth control because I'll just get an abortion. That's what people usually mean with that term. Not if birth control fails, like if I'm using two different forms of it and it doesn't work.
That's a complete cope.
That is so much copium.
Everyone knows that no form of birth control. In terms of in terms of condoms, in terms of
but that's why there's abortion based. Yeah, you're right.
None of them are 100%.
Right.
Especially once you start acting in the human position, right? So, like for example,
but before you do it, hold on, before you do it, I have to get this out there, because someone actually gave me money for something. So thank you, Glare. Marginalizing the majority for roughly 1.5%. Give it $2. I'm not exactly sure what you meant by that. That was at 1052.
Yeah, right, because 1.5% is astronomically higher than the actual percentage of trans.
And then you're talking okay, and then for the second one, they give another $2. Says they sodomize their boys, their T-boys. I'm guessing you're talking about in Iran?
Iran.
Iran, yeah, they sodomized. Thank you, Glare, for that. And then thank you, Sean, for gifting one sub as well. That's really kind of you. Thank you, Glare. That's really kind of you. So that was not too long ago. I think an acceptable distance between now and then.
Yeah. I'll circle back, right? Like, forget the abortion thing. What I mean to say is safe, legal, and rare was a contract that wasn't in law. It wasn't enshrined in law. It was an understanding that we are willing to compromise on this because we recognize that this is a tragedy. Right. And then as people began to like go on national television and have dances celebrating their abortion, talking about how abortion is so wonderful and they're so proud of it. And you had all of this, you had this resurgence of all of these other things within the culture. All of a sudden, that social contract is broken. Right? Like people understand that that isn't the actual game. The same thing is occurring with the trans bathroom issue and with transgender people in general in spaces. Like no one was really fucking concerned in the 1990s about a trans person in the bathroom, except maybe if it occurred to them and they weren't expecting it. And maybe they got a little offended because there wasn't a giant societal push to accept self-ID, to accept that a woman is whatever a woman woman says it is. There wasn't a push for social emotional learning to teach kids fucking queer theory in elementary school. There wasn't a giant shove this down your throat. You will accept us and we are coming into your spaces whether you like it or not. And we have the power of the cultural institutions. So you better agree with us. And so that is the backlash. That is where people are like, fuck this. And this isn't my opinion as an anarchist, but I understand the conservative opinion where their response is, fuck this, we need laws and we need this shit defined.
There also wasn't the social media like obsession with blowing up every random story that occurs back in the 90s. So, I mean, like people didn't have like the social acceptance kind of thing
did you
where
see the Rodney King riots, like it absolutely was a thing in terms of
I feel like we had media back then.
That's great. So I'm talking about individual instances of people in bathrooms and stuff like that.
Right. So
like
what you're now saying is that the 5 people that it affects have the power to change the entire country's position on it.
No, I'm saying the people that, you know, like the few anecdotes that are negative has the ability to change things for everybody when in reality it's not.
No, that's bullshit. You're this is what lefties love to fucking do.
That's true.
They love to individuate certain policies and refuse.
No, I individuate because
it's like
I individuate because people develop their policy positions that of things that have never personally affected them based on anecdotes they have seen and things they have seen online. This is how people are doing things right now. Like literally, this is how a lot of people make their decisions.
I agree that people see individual circumstances and it is farmed for outrage, right?
Right, that's what I'm saying.
I hear the same thing when people. The best example I see all the time is when we talk about some woke teacher that is teaching queer theory. They'll be like, well, what's wrong with the flag? It's just the flag. And it's like, no, it's not just the flag. It's like the totality of the fact that you have social emotional guidelines, that you have like them supporting BLM, that you have like all of these other paraphernalia that all come from different critical theory based philosophies, and their symbol and their symbols and things are forced into everywhere. So it's like, yeah, if I go to Home Depot and I buy a hammer, yeah, that's where you buy hammers. If I go to Home Depot and I buy zip ties, that's where you buy zip ties. If I go to Home Depot and I buy lye and a tarp and duct tape, well, none of these are a fucking problem because that's where you go to buy those things. But if I go to fucking Home Depot and I put on the counter a hammer and a tarp and duct tape and zip ties and lye, you're going to be like, this dude's murdering people. What the fuck, dude? Like, it's the totality of all of these things that paints a much broader picture. And that is why conservatives are trying to fight on these individual things so that they can legally enshrine what a woman is, so that legally we can work within this landscape, because the precedent that goes in a bathroom bill will be used for interpreting Title IX. And if you think it won't, when legal definitions get entered into law and then they get challenged in the courts and they hold, those things will be how we interpret Title IX and women in sports. That's why she's doing this. It isn't just for fucking clout, and it isn't just for one congressman.
No, I think
she's trying to get a win on defining woman legally.
I don't know if she's thinking that far ahead, to be quite fucking honest.
Well, so it's Republicans politicizing an issue to take away freedoms from a small amount of people just for their own ethical views. Again, this is what they do all the time.
What if you think that, please continue to think that and say that this isn't a big deal.
Well, that's what you just said. You just said that Republicans are trying to define women for their own personal viewpoints or whatever, because they want to take back. That's what I heard.
It's not just Republican,
viewpoint. It's because it needs to be defined.
Good
how the law needs to be defined. It's like your personal viewpoint.
What do you want to say?
Do you know who made the current Title IX definition?
Have a fucking law with definitions that don't work. That's fucking batshit.
Let's let our friend. Let's let our friend. Oh my god! Let's let our new friend Grid One say a thing.
Evil of leftism is
that's really great. The evil of leftism is that I said that a law.
Grid One,
Prime, get in there.
Grid One, muscle in. Come on, you can do it.
So guys, do you and this is more for the leftist among us. Do you know who made the current Title IX definitions of what a female is?
Nope.
I'm Canadian.
Your hero,
Obama?
Ruth Ginsburg.
Yeah.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it was your hero, the leftist of the left.
She's not a
defined
hero,
woman
actually.
as a woman.
She should have
Under
gone off the
Title
Supreme
IX.
Court
Title
way
IX already
earlier
has
than
a definition of a female.
So okay, but what's your point there?
Congratulations.
So are you saying? Yeah, could you say what's the point that you're trying to get to?
Well, no, I'm just saying that if you want to redefine Title IX, it's going to be a lot harder because you have to get rid of the whole thing. You can't just which was kind of challenging Scott's point a little tiny bit because I do believe that that's the goal, but I just don't think that it can go there.
I don't think.
What is the Title IX
definition?
Yeah.
By the way, I actually don't know why gender segregated bathrooms are actually allowed under Neil Gorsuch's ruling on the gender question, because Neil Gorsuch made a ruling. I think it was Bostock is the case that essentially ruled there was an employment case where if you fire a man for something that a woman can otherwise do and not get fired, then that's that's sex discrimination. And if we run with that logic, you could also argue, well, if you fire a man for doing what a woman could do, aka use the women's restroom, or you stop them from using the women's restroom in any way, this is also sex discrimination since you are holding one sex to a different standard than another, right?
Mm.
Women are allowed to use the women's restroom, but men aren't. This is discrimination. I think this is actually I think this is a implication of Neil Gorsuch's argument that is like particularly bad.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't agree with him on this.
People make laws all the time just to get it.
I just don't think
the bathroom specific argument. Like, listen, if the male bathroom is busy, I have used plenty of women's restrooms looking the way I do. Because fuck it, at this point in time, if I gotta pee, I gotta pee, no matter where I gotta pee. But well, I mean, sorry, if I have to pee, I have to pee. But like for Katya and Ghosty, like you guys keep laughing at the fact of like the needs to be defined or like having it defined like affects this like small group of people. Do you not think that having it not defined, like the terminology for men, woman, male, whatever it may be, do you not think it's that's negatively affecting the larger group of people? Because having conversations is getting to be like difficult around this subject, like exceedingly.
No, I don't want to just be obsessed with anecdotes or whatever personal experience. So I'm going to throw my hat in the ring. But obviously, I know it's not the typical, I guess, experience. But I've gotten way more negativity from people who are, who are of the more like bathroom gender obsessed crowd. I've gotten more negative effects from them than any trans person ever in a bathroom, to be quite honest.
What have they done?
I said what have they done?
Forgetting the bathroom. Forgetting the bathroom. The bathroom is hyper fixating on like the issue.
Well, no, I want to hear. I want to hear what they've done.
I just said anecdote at the beginning of it. I disclaimed. I said
anecdote.
that.
I want to hear what the anecdote though is.
Anecdote.
Yeah, but it's not even an anecdote because it's like.
No,
it could be. It could be an
person.
Wait. All anecdotes suffer from selection bias.
Right. No, but it's like you're going to deal with 50% of the country way fucking more than
but I'm saying to the point
like less than 1% specifically.
That's true. Like, that is very true. But I'm saying that I've personally, I've been told before that I don't belong in women's bathrooms.
Wait, you walked into. I want to hear this. Do you feel comfortable telling the story? I want to hear the story, actually.
Yes. So this has happened to me more than once in fucking public. I've once in a bathroom as well, or I've had another person come up to me and say, "You'll never be a real woman, and you don't belong in here." Basically,
your body, my choice too. On top of it, yeah, I'm sure.
No, but that people. Though. Go ahead.
Yeah. People. I mean, this hasn't happened to me in person, but this has happened to me online, where people are like, "Are you?"
In 2011. Right after that lynching, can
I make a serious point of that?
People's experiences.
I do want some people to be able to finish. So, Ghosty,
why do you think do you think I'm like lying here or what?
I think you're full of shit.
Why? Go ahead and say. Sure. Well, Ghosty.
Why do I think you're full of shit? Because I have no reason to believe you. You're
oh my god.
That's
no. I'm just.
Why am I here? Let me just exit out the fucking Discord call.
Hey, shut up. Thank you, Ghosty.
No, I'm only backing up what she's saying because like this was the point I was going to make earlier. People will go up to cis women and like assume that they're trans or something, and now it's just like a ridiculous. I don't know. I just think we overblow up these issues online. We politicize for our own personal like beliefs. I think the right does this a lot. The left does it too. But like one example is like all these women are shaving their heads. Blah blah blah. I go outside. I don't see any women like with shaved heads or anything. This is all blown up online. It's all politicized unnecessarily, and it affects people like worse than just allowing like people. I do think like you should be able to like pass like pretty reasonably to go into like a male or a female bathroom as a trans person. I do think there should be like a level of passing, probably just so that like random men can't like go into a woman's bathroom
Talk about
or whatever.
enforcement. Holy crap! How do you enforce that?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
For the record, by the way, people have said that to me.
You're saying that she doesn't pass.
And I'm pretty sure it was over my height, by the way. The reason why these people have said that in the past, like, I'm not even, like, that was the main reason.
Are you like 6'3"?
No,
How
I'm
tall
like,
are you?
I'm just under 6 foot.
Oh, well.
Yeah, I didn't know that. So
She could be lying. She's a leftist.
we have.
She's like,
Let's not.
Oh, true. Fuck, I'm actually 4'11".
Let's not forget that the Republican Party went on a crusade during the Obama administration to say that Michelle Obama was a man, right? And that many on the right still believe that. Many on the right still believe that. We have situations where like parents, right? Right-wing parents get in their heads that there's a trans person here and they're gonna be a hero here, right? And they go into like women's girls sports and they accuse girls of being trans. They're not trans, and now they have to go through the humiliating process of proving that they're not trans, right? We've seen these issues happen. So let's not pretend like this is costless. This is not costless to
why is that? Why has that become a thing? It's only become a thing. Wait,
it's only online and
it's that Leah Thomas effect,
but
right?
then when it's on your side, it's like we've seen the videos. I've seen the fucking 7 times this happened in the last 2 years out of like fucking 35 million kids playing sports. Like it's magically it's oh well the online thing is like it's blowing up this into this big degree and it's actually a really small thing, but whenever it fits your narrative it's like we've seen it, this is a real problem. So it's like you can't have your either.
I don't know that seems to be directed at me, and I don't know. I didn't say that. I said this was a small thing overall, right? Like my issue is that
kind of a small thing.
I mean, yes, in terms by small. Sorry, I wouldn't mean what I mean by that is that it affects a small number of individuals, and this will, and whether you see individuals abuse this, like trans individuals abuse this, supposedly trans individuals abuse this, or you'll see cis people.
Prime is a true trans believer.
Yeah. Well, no, sorry. I'm just whatever. It's fine. Or you'll see cis people, right? Okay. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, try to enforce these things. These are all going to happen in small numbers, right? But they'll be politically explosive, one way or the other, right? These moments will rise to the surface because they're politically salient. People are interested in these topics, right? I know they're interested in these fucking topics. Holy shit! And so it'll make the news, and we'll have outlets on both the left and the right looking for stories that propagate their agenda. So I'm with you there, right? Like they're tiny on both sides, right? So yeah, I'm talking about like the cost of these things, right? Like once we say that these individuals are necessarily a danger, give the general public the idea that they're a danger. And maybe not all of you are saying that each one of them are a threat. Right? I'm not going to put those words in your mouth. You can put them there later. But that once we do this to them, and the general public feels that way, they're going to people who are going to be on the lookout, vigilant for these things. And we're going to have these situations where, yes, parents will say, this child that's clearly a man, or they'll call him a man. It'll be a child, and they'll call him a man or the other, right? There's that. There's going to be when a woman, a cis woman, goes to the bathroom and is told, "Hey, you don't belong here."
Yeah,
Maybe gets physically threatened. Yeah, exactly. We're in a culture war.
We're in a culture war.
I think that I guess finally that my idea is that my what I'm saying is that the cost here for the exclusion is not worth any sort of benefit of how do I want to say this? I don't. Let me rephrase this. I'm sorry, because I don't necessarily agree with everything that's part of the very much quote unquote trans agenda, right? Like, I have like questions on my mind, right? For a lot of situations where maybe we should have a all cis female space. Maybe that does make sense, right? And I think we have to give people space to have these things. But however, what I'm pushing back on is specifically these bills that make it seem that trans individuals are a danger. Those bills come with the cost of increasing the danger to both trans and cis women without much of a benefit that they're accruing. Hopefully that was clear. That was a lot.
So we had an example of this over the past year, Riley Gaines and Leah Thomas. I'm sure you've heard of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, what happened with that?
Riley Gaines came in like fifth or something.
Yeah, when she got like third.
Leah Thomas, conservative commentator.
Leah Thomas exposed herself, whatever, to Riley Gaines and her entire female swim team, making them feel exceedingly uncomfortable multiple times. They were not told that it was going to be a trans athlete, and so that was shocking, and that led to a lot of the things that you were talking about, Prime. The reason that we are even talking about this is largely because of that case. That's changed, and the Olympics had the same thing with the and I cannot think of what country she was wrestling for, but the wrestler that was born with the intersex, whatever, have the genetics.
Was that ever confirmed? I don't think it was.
Would it have made you? Would have made the situation better for you if that trans individual simply used another changing room or locker room?
I'm sure it would have made the girls feel better. I don't know that it would have changed, and I'm specifically I'm not talking about their performance on the field, right?
Okay, yeah.
I'm talking about
in the
specifically that if a dude, in the water. Thank you.
But I would love to see a swing on the field. That'd be great.
Yeah, let's swing on the field.
So if all right, Kaze, if you had walked in there and you started getting in your trunks in front of those girls, I'm assuming straight male.
Yeah.
You'd have gone to jail, sir.
I mean.
Okay. And this person didn't.
They would have gone to heaven, but
I'm not saying
he may have more riz than I give you credit for, and that that's fine. But I got to be honest with you, the reason that we are having these conversations is because a specific subset keeps pushing in directions, and we're going to continue to have these conversations. And again, we're allowing how many trans women out there do you think currently right now in the United States of America could honestly pass as female to most men?
I think a lot. I think quite a lot.
100? I think a lot.
Depends on the context. It depends on whether or not they're speaking. Right, the number goes up massively if they're speaking.
You don't have to talk.
It depends how far in their transition too.
Well, right, but I'm just saying the overwhelming majority of trans.
Okay, so 100, 500
with vocal
1,000?
coaching. No, it's probably
thousands. Yeah, thousands.
Yeah, way more than that. And the thing is too, when you have to hold trans and cis people to the same account. So
okay, hold
if
on.
you're at a point where
I'm trying to get a number here.
I don't know how many trans people are there in general, and I would say a high proportion of those individuals. Oh, actually, I don't even know. I'd be pulling that out of my ass.
I literally said, how many do you think can pass?
Yeah, I know, but you're like asking.
One of the issues is like whether or not you pass is going to be in the eye of like the observer. So, like for example, there have been plenty of people where I don't think that they pass, but I've talked to some guys and they're like, what are you talking about? And I'm like,
I had a deal. I was at lunch with a friend of mine, and I was like, "That's a dude," and he's like, "No, come on." I'm like, "No, I'm telling you, that's a dude."
Like, here's the thing: you have to hold trans and cis people to the same account. So if somebody, who's you're saying that you can tell because of XYZ feature. I mean, if it leads to, no, I'm saying people in general, because it's like there's going to be some overlap between with all these, with a bunch of false positives as well. So it makes it harder to tell.
We're making we're making exceptions for an exceptionally small group of people that you cannot define.
What do you mean you can't define
because
them?
it depends on the person's opinion when they look at somebody. Yeah, it's really hard.
Yeah, actually,
you literally just said you can't. First of all, you can't tell how many. You can't give me even a ballpark of how many there are. You can't tell me if the.
I can't.
To these people, they look good. To these people, they don't look good. I don't know. I don't have this problem. I know my wife was a
impossible
woman.
to answer a question, my dude.
Yeah, you gave us an impossible to answer question. Like, well, you can't answer our question.
How many guys do you think have like a good enough knowledge of football to where you would understand that they're giving you good advice when they tell you what teams to play or whatever in your fucking fantasy football league? Like, I don't know. Like
at least,
what do you mean? How many guys out there know enough to your amount? Yeah, like. This is a situation that it depends on what your opinion is or how you see things.
Yeah,
and it's unanswerable.
You don't have a percentage of people that you think are passing. Like it's okay to say it. Like that's what I'm saying is like this conversation becomes murky because you can't say anything. You can't have any form of conversation unless you be like transphobic or you say a single word.
I never called anybody transphobic. I said
I know. I never said you did.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. We have these conversations all the time.
I'm not accusing anyone here of anything. I'm saying the conversation itself becomes murky because if you start saying certain things like, well, these amount of people don't pass. And the people that don't pass shouldn't be able to. It becomes like you're just transphobic. You're just this. You're just that. It becomes a hard conversation to have to the point where no one can have an answer about anything, which is the issue at large. It's not so much that like this is like a small minority of people, but the conversation we're having at large is because it keeps coming up in certain areas, and it's coming up in social media, in sports, on TV, whatever it may be. The conversation is supposed to be had apparently.
No, but that's what I'm saying. I'm kind of disagreeing with you because I feel like these conversations happen a lot.
There are 1.6 million people ages 13 plus identify as transgender in the United States. And then 1.3 million of them are adults and 300,000 of them are youths. This is from the UCLA. So there, we can start there. And then you want me to come up with a
it's my ballpark.
I would say it's. I mean, of the 1.3 million, I would say hundreds of thousands of them pass for.
Hold on. You got self ID is the problem here, right? So like you have to figure out. You have to also figure out what percentage are like I'm trans, and then they don't literally do anything to be trans.
That's
Right? It's the same thing as true. Like, I worked.
How are they taking the data?
So like I worked as a census field supervisor for quality control for 2 missions. Right, I was in charge of Virginia, with the exception of the DC area and like the Newport News area, and I was in charge of Northern Tennessee and like all of Appalachia that was in the West Virginia side, right? And one of the things that's really interesting is people, when that census data came out, they were like, wow, the whites all of a sudden dropped down by like 6%. Except the problem is that nobody is actually checking your genealogy to determine whether or not you're white. They're just asking you. So 2 things occurred that caused whites to go from like 59.5% down to like 54%. The first one was we started counting illegal immigrants on the census and saying that we were going to count illegal immigrants, right? So a larger group of people that already were here, some millions of people started getting counted because we weren't asking their citizenship and we were counting them. And then the second one is there's a group of white people that before politics of race became an obsession, were like, yeah, I'm white. And then all of a sudden they're like, I'm mixed race. I'm part this, so I'm mixed race. The mixed race.
Hold on, but this is the thing.
Without the black portion or the Asian portion shooting up like at all. So
they're Italian Americans are mixed race.
Right.
True.
So it's like when the black population and the Asian population remain stagnant, and there are two factors, the Hispanic one goes up, and I can tell you why. Illegal immigrants started getting counted. And then it's like, well, why did the white go down, but the mixed race went up, but there was almost no change in blacks or Asians? It's because a group of people that previously identified as white just started identifying as mixed race because they don't want to be white. And so the same thing is going to
okay, but most trans people.
What happened in the Hispanic population?
Well, what happened was before in 2000,
trans people who
we would ask people if they were illegal immigrants. Illegal immigrants, we either wouldn't count them or they would stay away. And then we got rid of the rule saying that you were supposed to ask if they're a citizen or not. Once we did that, the Hispanic category shot up. Now, some of that is going to be natural growth.
Was it citizen or illegal immigrant, or because somebody could be a legal immigrant?
It was their immigration status, right?
Okay.
So we stopped asking their immigration status in general, right? So if because of this, there were people that were avoiding being on the census to avoid having their records show that they're not a citizen and that they're in the country illegally. And then once that went away, they were being counted. So that's why the Hispanic population went up. Now, obviously, there also could be some natural growth in the Hispanic population. Obviously, with a ton of immigration, you're going to get that. But why is it that the Black and Asian population stays relatively similar? The best and easiest hypothesis you can draw from that is that some number of white people stopped identifying as white and started identifying differently. The same thing is true especially with the younger generation of LGBT. Like there are so many people that are just identifying as LGBT because now they're not the problematic straight white person. Now they're a part of a minority group. And they're like, you see this all the time, like with especially with bisexuals and women. You'll see it constantly where it's like a bisexual kiss, like some girl kisses another girl in college, and all of a sudden she identifies as bisexual and she's a member of the LGBT community, but then she marries a dude and doesn't cheat on him and has kids, and it's like, okay, all right, you experimented a little in college, and now all of a sudden, now that it's like,
this is only ridiculous. Because it's about attraction. That's what sexual orientation is. And I mean, a lot of the times, obviously, there are more straight guys out there than there are, gay and bisexual women. So, I mean, I kind of feel like that's not really something that you can generalize on just by how somebody ends up being in a relationship.
What I'm saying is that there is that when you have self-ID and then you have incentives. Now, you can have incentives in both directions. Previously, it is very obvious that our cultural incentives were not pushing anybody in any type of incentive structure to identify as LGBT. And it was the exact opposite. There were people in the closet. Right. Now, some of that is going to be alleviated, and it seems to be relatively stable throughout the 90s. You don't have a large increase in self-ID throughout the 90s because it was generally socially acceptable, but not completely socially acceptable. Right. And now you see this massive boom, and it's not it's not because trans people are accepted now. It's because you have power in identifying as LGBT. You no longer have to be the straight white evil person.
Okay.
In most situations, I don't understand where the heck people are where this is what they're thinking about first and foremost.
Is there any argument you're going to engage with, honestly?
I'm.
This is tantamount to an opinion, okay? I don't see evidence of this, and you haven't presented it. So
he just gave
you don't see any evidence of individuals saying, I'm gay, and now that they gain some social status from that.
I don't see people
in American culture.
Sorry, I don't see people who aren't actually gay doing that.
Okay, so I'll push back. I'll push back.
Sexual.
Sure. I'll push back. Oh wow! It's like, am I not even talking? Do people not hear me?
Non-binary.
What the fuck?
I hear you.
Okay, thank you.
I got fired up. Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's
just
fine.
That one time.
Research. So I've been trying to just gather data for the questions I was asked previously. The conversation has moved, but this is a survey of trans individuals. Researchers surveyed 27,715 transgendered adults, including 17,151 people, 61.9%, who said they had gender affirming treatment. Right, so 62% of adults, transgender adults, have gender affirming treatment. So there's that, right? And then because Scott had previously said, well, how many people have actually done any steps to be trans, right? Then among them, like how many of them pass, right? So that a number I gave you before about how many individuals are trans.
You said
neglected
like 1.3 million with 300,000 being underage, right?
Yes.
So roughly 60% of that 1 million adults.
But we have to divide it even further. We have to. That's the thing that I neglected to say. Is I have to divide it in further because it says 39% of the group is transgendered women, and then 36% is transgendered men. I'm a little confused about this divide. Changing. Maybe those are children who make up the difference, because that's not 100%. But yeah, I don't.
Else. That's what it is.
Maybe there's something else.
But also non-binary.
Maybe there's something else. Yes, I don't know. But yeah, so that's 40% of that group, but maybe it's like the full group, like the 1.6 million of like 13 plus individuals who are trans, right? So that may be including children as well. I don't know. What's 40% of 1.6
too?
Yeah.
Well, let's just go with the stats that we have.
I just gave a guesstimate, but the other problem is that, like, traditionally speaking, there were more male to females. And there has been a complete reversal in that in the younger generational group.
1.6
because females are more likely to engage in peer pressure and things like that.
So
right? Like
600 and
anorexia, it spreads. Same thing with
640,000. That would be the amount of trans women, right? And among them, 60%. No, so yeah, so times 62. Times dot 62, right? So 39%. So let's see, maybe 300,968. No, 300. Yeah, 396,000.
So
396,000 are transitioned women, right? People who have done some sort of nearly 400,000. Yeah, nearly
is probably lying.
Nearly 400,000. Right, and then among them, how many can pass? This is the question that was originally posed to us, right? that I've been trying to work out, right? How many can pass? In the end, I don't know.
Voice or no voice, I think is a good question too.
Let's say 200,000. Let's say half.
Well, you don't have to
let's say 200,000 individuals around the country.
Are you being honest with yourself when you say half?
Why not? Why not? Yeah, why not half?
Okay.
Why not half?
200,000 is not even Dale, Colorado. I mean, come on.
Nope. I would say if you
that's not. Wait a minute. Let's not try to move the goalposts here, right? You asked like a extremely ridiculous question, and I'm actually been trying to answer your extremely ridiculous question, right? Literally doing 20%. The math for you, right? As to how many people could possibly pass, right? How many male to female individuals could possibly pass, right? Yes. So I'm going to say sure. Okay. So I would say 200,000. 200,000.
Given your number breakdown, I'm changing my answer to roughly 8,000. I'm thinking 2% could like legit pass, with overwhelmingly men wouldn't be able to tell the difference if they're speaking.
Well, no, women wouldn't be able to tell if this person presenting as a woman walked into a ladies' restroom, would the woman in there see her as passing?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is this in the normal amount of like interaction that you have in the bathroom? Because if so, I'm going to raise that number to 75%. Because like usually you don't stare at people in the bathroom.
Wait, I thought you guys went to the bathroom together all the time and talked. Am I wrong?
I go in there. I fucking go to the side and leave. What the fuck?
Well, there's so many bathroom like a man.
No, there have been so many people. There have been so many.
Maybe I believe that someone accosted you in the bathroom.
Okay, when I hear women talk about this, they're always like, "Hey, I got to run to the bathroom. Will you come with me?" I have never.
I never understood that, but okay, that's usually if you're out with friends, like at a club or something. If you're at Walmart or whatever, like
I've seen it at work. I've seen it out.
Yeah, no, yes, at work, yes. Women generally, at least in my experience, women tend to ask each other to go to the bathroom with them.
If more than one person goes to the bathroom together at work, a lot of the time your manager is going to be like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Not if they're women.
Premier Katya, I would like to extend an olive branch for the first time. I am willing to accept your 75% of those people pass rule specifically for in Walmart bathrooms. I am willing to believe that there
he's
are
not
all
saying
kinds of creatures
lady boy
in
passing.
the Walmart bathroom.
He's talking just good enough.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying that there's a lot of overlap and a lot of people who are like, it's difficult to tell because like people, shit's different. People look different.
That's boy modding, sir. Don't you dare insult the boy modders.
But by the way, guys, I've never at one point asked a friend of mine, "Hey, you want to go to the bathroom with me?" It just never happens. It's not like a cultural thing.
Yeah,
and I think in some regards, like the women's bathroom is sort of the plot, like the town square of women's conversation.
The girls' room in the Amanda show, they had a couch. I remember, throughout the '90s, all of the TV shows, girls' room had the girls' bathroom always had a couch in the bathroom. But that's always how it was depicted, at least on
Is there
every
a couch
TV
in women's bathrooms?
That never fucking.
It was for a long time.
Yeah.
If there's like a chair for somebody who's like breastfeeding like a child, like that's
and then the girls' room has always been the hub. So much so
specifically for that.
So much so that the Amanda show had the girls' room, which was a great sketch. And it was girls hanging out in the bathroom.
Yeah. So
the original podcast.
We have.
I can confirm as a single dad that female bathrooms no longer have the couches, right? Because I do have to go to female bathrooms often and be like, "Hey, is there anybody in here?" Because like having to change diapers as a single dad, there's no woman to fucking like allow me to like deal with this issue. Like I have to go into a female. Of course, I know.
We were discussing that today.
We should have. Sorry, go ahead. You want to say something?
So we were actually discussing the whole today. That's actually one of the things where the guys reminded me that's where a man could enter a woman's bathroom and not seem threatening. A woman would walk in and see you with your daughter and understand immediately what's going on and not have a problem with
there's a social context there where
there's an immediate understanding of, hey, this dude is just taking care of his business with his daughter. So
they don't have like a baby changing like infrastructure.
So that's changing, by the way.
It depends.
Changing,
but like there are plenty of places I go where it's still only in the female bathroom.
Yeah.
So exactly. Right.
I would understand it if you wouldn't want to go in the gentleman's bathroom to do that too, because like especially if you have a daughter, like there's plenty of fucking creeps out there.
Wait a minute.
What?
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
there's creeps.
Creep flactoid.
Well, hold on. Wait. Here's the problem. Here's the problem because you're saying there's creeps.
Nope, there's a difference.
You want to let some of those creeps
usually out in the open, and we're talking about.
Couldn't some of those creeps go over to the women's restroom if they're allowed to?
I want you to know that you've driven at least 2 members of my chat to drink tonight.
What'd you say?
Actually, one of them is out buying more alcohol. You've succeeded.
Based. Yeah, we should all be alcoholics.
I feel like you failed our argument, Katya, by saying
you threw it.
I hate the men's restroom. There's all those creeps in there.
Okay. Creeps in men's restroom. What?
Yeah. What? It's almost like people are uncomfortable with certain people that go to their bathrooms.
It's a different standard. So then are trans women like a higher standard of men or whatever? What is happening here?
We're talking about people who are actually doing something to people versus like accosting somebody in the bathroom versus just creepy dudes who are looking at people weird.
You misspoke. Just say you misspoke.
I can argue it.
When you can self-ID.
You cleaned it up.
Say you're a woman. Put on a dress. You can go ever be a creep, specifically in the women's restroom, where all the things you want to ogle are.
Or locker room.
It does seem the logic here is like it's like
locker room's a better argument for that.
Bathhouse.
It's like
there
what was
but
the
there
NPC
are
were
stalls
like
in the women's bathroom in which a lot of the time the changing fucking thing is just out in the fucking thing, like sitting in the middle of the bathroom.
Wait, can I ask?
Locker room, and locker room is kind of more what people are talking about generally when it's about this. Like the bathroom thing is they're talking about like they're high school kids, but people are kind of like it's the locker room thing that's a little bit.
We're also talking about the bathroom, but let me, Katya,
I'm going to say that there's a difference if we're talking about right in the middle of the bathroom versus in a stall. There's a difference here.
Well, hold on. Let me ask you. Wait. So if there's if the men in the male's bathroom, like if all of a sudden they self ID, does like the combat music stop and then all of a sudden it goes to like peaceful music? Like all of a sudden the creepiness ends. All of that's gone.
Nope. The likelihood goes down though, because as we talked about percentages here for most of the time.
Okay, I don't.
Wait. I'm not going to go into this. I'm not going to go into this.
Let him have this argument.
I'm not going to go into this on Twitch, but I can send you some data on this afterwards.
Can you back up that claim at all? Can you back up that claim?
Can you black up
that?
Black it up.
Prime, can you black
it up, Prime?
No. I get it. I had a funny Freudian slip because I'm super duper racist. But setting that aside, right? Can you back up the claim in any way, shape, or form that because they are self-IDing as trans, that the likelihood that they are creepy people that would do things like try and take upskirt videos or ogle women goes down as they leave the male bathroom, put on a dress, and go in there? Like what? Where?
Nope, it's the likelihood of them doing that to begin with.
Right? Can you back up that claim? I understand that that's the claim. Can you back it up? Or you just
can I back up the likelihood that fewer people would do that than wouldn't do that? Like, yeah, it's obvious.
Well, so this is also true with creeps in the men's bathroom too, isn't it?
Not if they're already in there.
But you're telling them they can leave there and go somewhere else, specifically the women's bathroom.
Right.
I'm saying that usually
making a claim and saying it's self-evident. You're just self-referencing your claim. Like, can you back that up, or is it just a feeling that you have that trans people are allies to women, and even though they can just kind of be whatever they want whenever they say they are by self-ID, you still have an intuition or belief that wouldn't happen. But do you have?
Nope, I was never talking about that. I'm talking about the very existence of a lot of like the baby changing stations in bathrooms versus like bathroom stalls, because I've been in plenty of bathrooms where those are just in the middle of the room. But last I checked, toilets are usually not in the middle of the room. Those are usually in stalls.
You're not making an argument. You're just
that was my statement.
We're asking on the creeps. You called them specifically creeps, right?
Katya. The reason.
Can't hear you all.
It's my daughter that I'm talking about, right? So I, as a single dad who has a daughter who's now potty trained, but in the past when I took her to bathrooms, right? And you're saying in the event that
why did you go in the women's bathroom?
Because more often than not, they would only be in the women's bathroom. There wouldn't be one in the male
bathroom.
There's
a standard. Yes, that was the standard.
Throughout most of the country, that was the standard. It's changing over time, but that doesn't mean a lot of places that I go, public parks, museums, etc. There's a changing station. Sometimes they have family rooms, sometimes they don't. In this hypothetical, you said that it was better for me to go to the female bathroom anyways because there's a lot of creeps in the male bathroom, which is to say, men specifically are where the creeps are.
Males.
Argument from the LGB people or the gays against groomer people or the conservatives that are arguing this is that men are predominantly creeps, and what we need to do is protect women in women's spaces from men who can simply put on a dress and call themselves female and enter spaces that normally if they entered without, let's say, a baby with them or something like that, people would freak out and tell them to leave. Now,
the likelihood of that happening is always going to be well below anybody like who's like just in the actual or who's just in the men's bathroom, besides somebody pretending to be okay, hold on. Do you think it's more likely that a guy is in a men's bathroom versus a guy decides to put on a dress and goes to women's bathroom?
Hold on. You keep making your claim. You keep repeating your claim. You keep saying that the likelihood is higher that there are creeps in the men's bathroom than the fact, and that I ought take my daughter or my son into the women's bathroom, and I as a male enter that space because there won't be creeps there, based off of the very
unless you're there to be creepy. I don't know.
Women aren't. Don't try and fucking deflect. You've done that like 10 different times.
True,
answer the question, or just say that you're vibing it out. Where are you getting this idea that somehow men are creeps, but that ceases to be a problem when we allow those same men to just enter the women's bathroom with a dress on? Where are you getting that intuition?
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that even if the numbers were exactly the same, which I mean the men's numbers are, pretty self-evident when you look at statistics, but even if that applied
number of what?
Sorry, what?
Number of what?
Number of creeps?
The men's numbers.
Creep per capita?
No, like crime rates and stuff.
Okay, so the number of creeps then, yeah. So basically, right? So you're saying
the creep rate per capita, just to like I said, yeah.
Right.
I'm saying even if those numbers were the same.
Just for the record,
the CPC.
If you want to get into a statistic, hold on, pause. If you want to get into a statistics argument, we can bring up the fucking data, because the crime rate from trans male to female is higher than the general male population.
Specifically the sex offense ratio. Yeah.
Men will literally claim to be a trans female to be able to go to women's prison. Think about that. Why a guy will literally choose himself?
That's a different conversation.
Well, to avoid harm, at the very least. Maybe not be to be a creep. That might just be to avoid harm. But still,
I would rather go to a women's prison than a male's prison. 100%. Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
holy
100%.
shit! I'm like 2% more likely to get shivved. Because I don't want to be in a prison with a bunch of dudes that are creeps and are gonna stab me. Absolutely.
Well, yeah. All right, so I'm gonna leave this here. We're gonna have to move past this because I've kept you guys long enough. I want to give people space to leave. Hello all. This was interesting. Where that ended up at the end, but thank you all for being here. This was a lot of fun. Consider supporting the channel. We did get a 5 subs from STB Philly. Thank you. I'm not sure if you're still here, but I did shout you out previously. So hey, no laughter, Corey. All right. But thanks all. We're gonna give an outro to all these kind individuals. They can do talking they want afterwards, but I want to give them an outro. Thank you, Lactoid, for coming through. This was a lot of fun. I enjoyed our back and forth banter. I actually like to continue our conversation about media at some point. To really dig into this, because I think there's a lot of agreement between our positions. And I think that we're just coming at this problem from different perspectives. But I think we can arrive at least some sort of consensus.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it'd be an interesting conversation. I really appreciate the conversation today, and I appreciate all of you here who've spoken to me. Specifically about I guess I'll word this carefully. The trans question. I think that I have over time. Initially,
I thought the same thing.
Initially, I think I was, not too long ago, I think I was, super pro one way, right? Super pro trans. But over time, I've heard more arguments from the other side, and I've looked into more information, and actually just recently watched a argument that was on Modern Day Debate with Andrew Wilson was the one who made the argument on this question specifically, and it actually moved me quite a bit on the issue. So I would encourage people to go take a look at the debate. I think it's a very interesting discussion, and it's a very interesting question. But I think it's something that needs to be we need to be able to have conversations about, and I think that a lot of places don't allow you to even have these kind of conversations, which is I want to thank you, Prime, for even being willing to have the conversation, and hopefully we'll continue to do so as long as Twitch allows us. If you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thank you.
Yeah, I hope none of this is interpreted as hate speech. Oh boy.
I'm deleting my
pod. Let's go to our. Yep.
Yeah, I'm Fabian Liberty. Find me on YouTube or X predominantly. I too would like to thank you, Prime Kais. I would also like to thank the Israelis for bombing Palestinians because it has taken the heat off of the trans question as far as Twitch and YouTube are concerned. Nobody's really worried about the TQ right now because they're more worried about policing the JQ, and I appreciate that. So thank you, Israel. Hashtag I stand with Israel, because it allows me to have these conversations about trans people and evil queer theory. Kidding, obviously.
Yeah, I get you. I get you, friend.
But
that saves it.
Normally I don't because it's funny. That's the thing about humor, is if it's not actually funny, you get fucked. Normally I don't like reiterate any of my points and outros and stuff, but I just wanted to rehash from the very, very beginning of the question again. From the NCAP perspective, the entire reason that this is a problem is because of public property. That is the reason why this is a problem, right? The fact that we fund universities with FAFSA and Pell Grants, and because of that, we have government control over universities, and we have government-funded sports programs, and we have government and public facilities, is the whole reason that we are having this bathroom spaces debate. Because ultimately, this is completely solved by just letting property owners handle their property as they want to handle their property. If Starbucks wants to let anybody in the women's bathroom, let them fucking do that. And if you have a problem with them, then go to your local coffee shop and don't go to fucking Starbucks, right? And maybe it turns out that Starbucks is perfectly fucking fine with that, and maybe it doesn't. And let that shit be handled by the police, and let that shit be handled by private property owners. And as far as government facilities, again, we should be we should be defunding all universities, and we should get rid of all federal student loans, so that universities can be private again and stop teaching woke bullshit that destroys our society with our tax dollars. And we would have a lot less fucking public bathrooms, and we can just let property owners decide. And the same thing is true of sports. Right? Stop fucking putting money, government tax money and tax breaks into sports programs. And if someone wants to have a trans league of a bunch of fucking like jacked 6'2" fucking hairy girls fucking playing fucking rugby, like, let's go. It'd be entertaining as fuck, right? But like, it's a problem when like my daughter's sports scholarships mean that she has to compete with individuals that have unfair advantages, such as taking testosterone or, being born a male. So that normally I don't reiterate my position, but I never really got to bring in the ANCAP position again because it got so heated. I appreciate you guys. If you want to listen to libertarian stuff, just check me out there.
Thank you so much. Corey, thank you. This is a lot great.
Thank you. This was a lot of fun. As always it is. I always look forward to Monday. And I agree with some point that Scott made of, stop funding sports, all sports, both public and private, and ban football. I'm consistent with that position. Gonna say it over and over. And also to answer the question that you posed, Prime, about 2 hours ago, I think it was along the lines of, do I think companies co-opt, wokeness for, basically, making more money? I say the answer is yes, I agree. And I have a specific example, at least in my mind, because I don't know if anybody recalls when Disney made that live action remake of Beauty and the Beast. Like, leading up to that movie, like, they marketed it as like they had, I think it was called like literally like an exclusively gay moment, like in the movie. I think you can like Google it.
Yeah.
Which was like really, and it ended up being like nothing, or like, the most like milquetoast.
They just danced together. There was like two characters who danced. I don't think they even kissed.
Yeah, two like male characters held hands. Two male characters. Exclusively gay.
It's like old school fucking J.K. Rowling, where she'd be like, "Of course, Dumbledore's gay. Whatever."
Yeah,
it's like,
exactly.
I read the books. All right, there was 8 of them. All right, like there was nothing gay in there. Like, I mean, I understand that like a gay person doesn't have to like fucking like throw out extra sparkles with their wand to be gay. Like, duh. But,
yeah.
Like, come on. We all know Dumbledore was just a normal fucking.
She was rainbow washing it. Absolutely, 100%. But yeah, that's a good example. Do you have anything else?
Well, no, that's pretty well. I'm sure there's many others I could pull in, but you know, I want to respect everyone's time. But you can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube. It's Corey Campbell. Ali, Katya, Scott, Lactoid, always a pleasure. Pleasure to meet you, Grade 1 Motorsports, and love you, Prime.
Good to meet you too, friend. And Katya, thanks for being amazing, and always giving us plenty to talk about. Whenever Katya's around, we get plenty to discuss because you're very dynamic and you engage us all in conversation. So thank you. I mean, that sounds badly. I don't know. That might sound bad. Like, I meant like it's really good. Yeah.
You know what? I'll admit that I put myself in a very, very difficult to defend position just a minute ago. But one thing I will say is that if we went under my assumption of the basically like you can't tell world, then technically my logic holds up somewhat. So you know what? In that framework, we're gonna go with maybe. You can follow me on Twitter and fucking Blue Sky at Premier Katya. I am extremely fucking tired.
Understood.
And it is after midnight.
Ali, thank you for coming here. You had some interesting opinions thrown about, so I appreciate you, friend.
Yeah, thanks for having me. What the fuck is Blue Sky? Just real quick.
It's Twitter,
it's the safe space, but for lefties.
Twitter.
Yeah, so it's a Twitter alternative.
I thought that's what Threads was.
It's another tool of
Yeah, they're trying a couple different
things. You have to have it connected to your Instagram account.
So Blue Sky will be better. Yes.
Well, yeah, because you don't have to connect it to Instagram and Facebook.
Child porn. Apparently.
This one's gonna be good. Don't worry, Ali. This one's gonna be good. Yeah.
Yeah. Sociologic, Twitch,
at least
Twitter, and
try
YouTube.
to, unlike on Twitter.
So for the trans bathroom debate, listen, is apparently 200,000. You think half of trans people pass, primes and Katya, which is like, I don't know. So honestly, I think that all the passing should follow the law, right? Go to their their sexed bathroom, right? I think Buck Angel should just use the women's bathroom, and I think that for the trans women.
Fuck?
Well, you know what? Because it'll cause up a bigger stir, right? Since they're going in, they follow the rules. No one wants Buck Angel there. That's the actual argument. Instead of trying to work around it, let them follow the rule. Don't have a counter argument or a culture war online, and then see how much the rule they don't even want the rule to exist. And then I think everyone will do Fabian's thing, which is private property and so on and so forth.
Based.
But yeah,
for a government building, just to be clear,
I solved it.
So to be clear, wait, let me just put this out there, right? I said 200,000, and that would be half of the portion of adult women who've transitioned. Oh, yeah, so, I think part of the issue when people talk about transitioning is that they associate transitioning with being attractive, right? There are a lot of unattractive cis women. And when they look at a trans individual who is classically unattractive, right? Classically unattractive. They're like, oh yeah, okay, that's just another lady that doesn't turn my head, and then they ignore them, right? So when you're saying will they pass, right? By pass, I mean they'll be ignored because this is a person I don't find attractive, and I turn my head. But they wear the outfits, they have the hair, they have all these things, and I don't take a closer look. So that's but yeah, that's how I think it works for lots of individuals. They're not necessarily hot.
I think this is the most damaging thing you can say to the trans community. And the reason I say that is because, and I think we have to be honest about how few of them actually pass in day-to-day life scenario, because there is a reason that the trans suicide rate does not drop in any statistically significant difference between pre and post medical transition. And the reason is because so many of them are sold this false hope from so many people within their community that gaslight each other, within their service, and within the general public that lie about this. And what ends up happening is they do a ton of damage to their body. They go through all of these procedures. They get facial feminization surgery. They go into massive amounts of debt, and then they still don't pass effectively. And look, if you want to change your body, you ought to be able to change your body. That's your right as an adult. But when we tell so many people these lies that like half of them are passing in day-to-day things, it is what feeds so many people into delusion that when they don't pass, they feel like they're uniquely ugly. They feel like they are the exception to the rule that most trans people eventually pass. And that is where so much sadness and trauma and suicidality comes from. And we have to be honest about the fact that as of right now, you're probably not going to pass, but it's okay that you want to do these things to your body and you want to live the way that you want to live. But we have to accept reality or we're going to continue.
I'd like to talk
a lot
to
of
you
this
more.
suicidality, by the way, is about social acceptance. And also, we should then just destigmatize being fucking
let
ugly.
Prime
Because
end this, and we'll have a chat after.
No.
Suicide rate is
Just let Prime end. Just let Prime end the panel.
You cannot end this, Prime. It's not ending.
Just end the panel and we'll continue the convo.
I just wanted to.
What are your thoughts on Israel-Palestine? Well, we can talk about that now. Okay, go ahead.
Oh my! So
I can't talk about that.
We can continue afterwards. We can continue afterwards. I swear. If you want to,
I can talk about it.
Going to bed.
Yeah,
Greg needs his moment, and I fucked it up, but I had to say something because
you're cool, man.
I actually care about these people.
Okay, fair enough. I'd love to engage with you more. Good one. Thank you for coming through. It was a pleasure having you.
No, thank you for having me. I'm glad you had me up. And it was great. It was a good time. I just have to point out that the entire conversation was moot because there are unisex bathrooms in the House of Representatives. So they don't even, this never needed to be a thing. It's just for proving a point, as Fabian Liberty expressed. And so I just, okay. It's okay. Nobody's out to hurt you. It's okay. Anyway, it was great to be here. You can find me at Grid1-Motorsports on YouTube. I am the Unreasonable Man. And it was good being here. And I had a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Again, thanks so much. We hope we can have you here again in the future. I know it's not always going to be so easy for you because this is a tough day. You got family obligations. But hopefully we can have you, when it's convenient for you. So thanks so much.
Wednesday
nights are open, so for the most part.
Okay. Thanks so much. So anyone can leave. The panel done. If you want to leave, I'm going to yell at Scott some more if he sticks around. But anyone, you can say go. It's okay, brother. The panel is over. Also, I guess I probably want to yell at Lactoid.
I gotta go to bed.
Nighty night, everybody.
Okay, night.
Switch it up for a change. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Take care.
I gotta go to bed.
Bye,
too.
Lactoid. We gotta go.
Yes.
See ya. So in terms of the trans thing, the passing, but again, I'm pulling that number out of my ass. I actually I don't know. To be very clear, right?
No, I'm not trying to judge you on it, right? I'm just like it's a thing that I don't think. I have studied this issue as someone.
Thank you guys for tuning into today's episode of Like Toy TV. I'm going to thank you for the bit subs and all that good stuff. Follows. Appreciate all of you. Love you guys so much. I'm going to go ahead and raid on out. And we're going to raid on out into Prime Kai's. Catch you guys later.